Everybody vote for Jagaban.
1 2 check 1 2 2
Masu kwando za su yi bari. Na can haka shegen gari. Sai nan gaba.
Nigeria! Buhari! Adamawa! Sebinani! Adamawa! Sebinani! Adamawa! 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 Binani! 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 Mongoli! Sanomo! A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I salute all our governors, starting from the Progressive Governors Forum, Atiku Bagudu. I salute the chairman of our party, Senator Abdullahi. Our father, the father of integrity,
on two. On two.
salute our father, President Muhammadu Buhari, Mr. Integrity, Mr. Talk and Do, Mr. Performance, Mr. Honorable, gentleman who had broken the yoke of exclusive club of men only today and accepted to flag off the campaign through our woman, a brilliant Binani, a committed Binani, an honest Binani,
Honest.
next governor Binani,
Hey.
say Binani,
Save
employment Binani,
employment Binani.
joy happiness Binani,
Happiness Binani.
welfare Binani,
welfare Binani,
good grey Binani.
good Binani.
God bless you now. God bless you. Alhamdulillah. Today, it is the day of Adamawa. We are putting out in Yola. We are saying it's not men only. We have capable women. First, you send the first Senate woman to the Senate. Today, you are about to send a woman first governor to the State House of Yola. Will you do it? Will you do that? Will you do that for us? Raise up your hand if you are voting Binani. Binani is a success. Binani is honest. Say mama, say mama, say mama, say mama to all of you. The president will come over. We raise our hand and give her the flag of APC. That is the flag to march to victory. That is the flag to march out of victory. Will you support our? Will you support our? Mungodi. God bless you. May Allah grant all your prayers. May Allah bless Adamawa insecurity. We will defeat hunger. We will banish hunger. We will restore famine. Food storage will be there. Our women, my partner, had worked so hard for all of you, for all of us. Nigeria is blessed. We have integrity in Buhari. Whatever they like to say, in the Poverty Development Party, PDP, Poverty Development Party. You remember their name, we eradicate that. We will replace it with joy, prosperity, happiness, and employment. All of you expect that we will get you engaged properly. We will get you employed properly. We will pay attention to your needs. Binani, working together with a president, Bola Tinubu, inshallah. We bring the benefit of progress, education, good health, welfare to you. You will have good water to drink. There will be end to killing and kidnapping. God bless you. God bless Nigeria. Now I wait for the time Binani will take the flag, a flag of progress, peace, and prosperity. May God bless Adamawa. God bless Yako. Baba me Mangoro. God bless Yako. Baba me Mangoro.
Hello, Chief.
God bless
On
all of
on
you.
Chief.
All
on
our
Chief.
candidates. You vote for president. One. You vote for Senator Goje. All of the senators. You vote for House of Rep. You vote for the governor. Binani. You vote for House of Assembly. God bless you.
Thank you.
God bless you. The Mungodi.
On your mandate we shall stand. On your mandate we shall stand. Bola, sing the song now. Where is Belani? Belani, Ajimuria Kikadan Kafil Chairman, Yabagi Flat.
Please.
APC! APC! Nigeria!
Take the flag.
Adamawa! To jama'a da na kewaye da baƙinmu, babanmu mai albarka mai son mu, President Muhammadu Buhari, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, baban talakawa, wanda muke alfahari da shi, wanda yake kwato mana incinmu, mun yi maka maraba da zuwa. National Chairman namu, shugaban ƙasanmu, da shi kuma mataimakin shugaban ƙasanmu wanda muke sa ran Allah da Kashim Shatima. Senator Kashim Shatima. Kun gan shi ko? Idan aka haɗa shi da Ashwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu da Binani Adamawa za a biya gratutin da ba biya ba, matasa da mata za a samu aikin yi. Matasa za a daina zaman kashe wando. In Allah yadda tsaro zai wadata. Abinci zai wadata, biyan albashin ma'aikatan gwamnati ina kuke, za ku rinka jin alat din. Masu fensho da gratuity ina kuke, na san ko baku nan 'ya'yanku suna nan kuma 'ya'yanku ne masu zabe. Ku koma ku faɗa masu baba da mama za a samu fensho da gratuity in aka zaɓi Ahmed Bola Tinubu da Kashim Shatima da Sanata Binani da sauran 'yan takarar APC. Adamawa Central, Adamawa Southern Zone, Adamawa Northern Zone, Yola North, Yola South, Gire. Fufora song. Yan reps mu gaba daya, House of Assembly members namu gaba daya, don Allah ku hada mu. Mutanen Adamawa, ina roƙonku, mu haɗa kai, mu je don mu cimma nasara. Ina so na yi amfani da wannan daman in kira zuwa ga yayana shi Nuhu Malam Nuhu Ahmadu Ribado. Malam Nuhu Ahmadu Ribado. Honorable Abdurazak Saad Namdas. Da uba mamanmu ita Aishatu Muhammadu Buhari. Duk su zo mu haɗu, mu haɗa ƙarfi da ƙarfe, mu ɗinke a Adamawa, mu yi tafiya bai ɗaya. Domin faɗace-faɗacen nan ba zai taimake mu ba. Mun ga illan shi a 2019, kuma bai kyautu a ce an kafa gwamnati ba, babu hannunka a ciki ba. Domin shi mulki na in Allah ya ba mutum ya ba shi, ku zo mu haɗa ƙarfi da ƙarfe mu cimma nasara. Duk inda kuke ku zo ku ansa wannan kiran. Allah ya ba ku haƙuri, Allah ya ba mu sa'a. Babanmu Muhammadu Buhari muna godiya a madadin mutanen Adamawa. Ka ba mu Modibo Adama Conventional University, ka ba mu Modibo Adama Teaching Hospital, ka ba mu FMC Hong, ka ba mu FMC Movie. Jama'a me za mu ce ma baba? Baba muna godiya, in Allah ya taba za mu baka kunya ba. Mun gode. Najeriya, Adamawa. To salamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. Please, Mr. President will come on stage now. Mr. Chairman will invite him. But before then, I've been told that only our presidential candidate, our vice presidential candidate, our director general, our governors, Senator Binani, Honorable Faleke should please remain on stage, and our governor. So we need to clear the stage now for Mr. President to come on stage. Mr. Chairman, will you invite the president?
DJ, bring it down. Bring it down, DJ, before Mr. Please call DJ, please, let's clear this place. If we don't clear, the president will not come. Let us clear this place. Welcome, Mr. President. Only the president.
He has promised the people that if they vote for the APC, insecurity will be one of the parts in Adamawa State. There will be improvement in agriculture, food sufficiency. He also promised them storage, reserve storage facilities for their farm produce here in Adamawa State, because majority of the population here in Adamawa State are farmers. He promised improved education, healthcare, and other basic amenities here for the people of Adamawa State. He said, working together with Senator Aisha to Binani, that people in Adamawa State will feel the impact of the APC government at the center. Well, Adamawa State has also been very strategic in ensuring inclusion for women in Nigeria. According to records we have here, no state has as much record as Adamawa State. Like all other states in the country, Adamawa State has 3 central districts, and all the 3 have produced a female senator. Senator Grace Bent was elected senator in the southern zone, made up of 9 local governments. Senator Binta Masi Garba was elected senator in the northern zone, made up of 5 local governments. Senator Aisha to Dairo Ahmed Binani in the central zone, made up of 7 local governments. Adamawa State was the first to produce a female chairman of a major political party when the then Honorable Binta Masi Garba was elected pioneer chairman of the APC at its formation. All the 3 senatorial districts have produced female members of the House of Representatives and also a female deputy speaker of the Adamawa State House of Assembly. Adamawa State has also produced a former national president of the National Council of Women's Society, that's Hajia Zainab Maina. The state has also produced 2 ministers of women affairs, that is Dr. Hajo Sani and Hajia Zainab Maina. The state also has a unique community in Ganye local government where only a woman rules, and that woman is has the title of Arnado Debo in Ganye local government. Only a woman is allowed to rule in that local government, in that community. in Ganye local government of Adamawa State. Well, the stage is being cleared for President Muhammadu Buhari to come and address the crowd here. He will also present the support and indeed the support of the party for the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress here. The party is banking on the support of women who also make up a large chunk of voters here in Adamawa State. The party hopes that women will come out en masse and line up behind the Aisha Binani at the polls and ensure that she wins the election. You know, the governor of the state, the incumbent governor of the state, Governor Ahmadu Fintiri, is also seeking re-election. He is contesting for a second term in office. His major challenge at the polls will be Senator Aisha Binani.
One crowd to come with him, please. Please. Yanzu muna masu kiran ainihin ubanmu, shugabanmu, do Allah mutane sun yawa, gononi na yes, gonan su biyo shi. Abin sarki ya zo.
Baba, oh yo yo.
APC.
Baba, oh yo yo.
APC.
Baba, oh yo yo.
APC.
Progress.
APC.
Progress.
Fellow parties voters, I am here mainly to present the presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Hey.
And the governorship candidate Binani. I will present the flag to both of them. Right. You have been standing in the sun for the last at least 3 hours. I thank you very much for your support for the party and for our candidates.
APC is again going to be number one. There haven't been a lady governor since we started the system. We are going to present one, and she is going to win, God willing. I advise you to please be focused. APC came into the political field to make sure that Nigerians are recognized as the owners of the country. They are nobody's slaves, they are nobody's boys. They are fellow Nigerians. I would like you to make sure that you work very hard in the field, produce the food we need, pay your taxes, and make sure that our children go to school, that our unhealthy relatives get medical care. That's all we need from government: security, education, health care. Please go to your constituencies, make sure that you choose people who are very responsible, people who will keep you informed and act according and within the resources available in your locality. As I said, education, healthcare are our priorities. Please make sure that you have security in your area. Anybody who understands him, don't allow fraudulent people to come and dominate your locality. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best of luck. I am flying now to Yobe State and meet another political arrangement. Thank you very much and goodbye. To, ina so muku bayani da Hausa yadda za ku yi. Na kawo muku wanda jam'iyyar mu ta yadda da shi ya zama shugaban ƙasa, shine Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Ku zaɓe shi, zai yi mana aiki a nan ƙasar yadda ya kamata, zai rike amana. Mutanen Adamawa da kuka fi yawa a nan, ku zaɓi Dinani, ta yi muku gwamna. Adamawa za ku yi abin da ba a taɓa yi ba, ba a taɓa zaɓen mace ba ta zama shugaba, za ku zaɓe ta. Mu APC muna goyon bayanta, kuma insha Allahu za ta ci nasara. To na gode kwarai da gaske, na gode kwarai da gaske. Abin da ya kawo ni kenan in daga hannunsu su biyu in nemi taimakonku cewa don Allah don Annabi ku fidda mu kunya a jam'iyyarmu, ku zaɓe su. Na gode.
Mun gode sosai Adamawa, sai Binani, sai Jagaban. May we now rise for the national anthem.
Buhari leaving the venue of the campaign ground here, in Adamawa State. He's heading to another campaign in Yobe State. Here in Adamawa State, he endorsed the governorship candidate of the state and asked Adamawa people to do the unprecedented, to vote for a female candidate for the first time, a female governorship candidate. He also told them to vote for Asiwaju Bola Tinubu for progress, for prosperity, for good health care and education. He said he knows that Asiwaju Bola Tinubu will deliver the dividends of democracy and continue to build on the legacies of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration and the APC government. Well, that's it from here in Adamawa State, the flag off of the APC governorship campaign rally, and also the flag off of the APC presidential campaign in the Northeast. From us here, the crew at the campaign ground in Yola, at the Muhammadu Buhari campaign ground, venue of the flag off of the APC campaign, was signing off.
There is always more to a story than the screaming headline. The part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions, and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
It's
as Governor May Malabuni builds on progress made by past administrations and breaks new grounds with fresh projects and programs on Impact Yobe. Impact Yobe on Saturdays at 8:30 p.m. and Thursdays 12:30 p.m. on TVC News. Join us.
There is always more to a story than the screaming headline. The part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the questions, and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
with all the health advice out there, it's almost impossible to make sense of all the noise. BBC Life Clinic aims to sift through the noise, hullabaloo, and clatter, so the experts can be heard. BBC Life Clinic.
It is time for consolidation of sea and terror. From security to education, health, agriculture, infrastructure, and housing, every sector has continued to bear the stamp of Zulum's visionary leadership. Join us on Bornu Restoration as we try, showcase, and analyze developmental strides of Professor Babagana Zulum and his overwhelming care for the vulnerable. Bornu Restoration on TVC News every Saturday at 8 p.m. It's time to restore.
See your son.
Okay, you are going to eat the ball.
You don't listen every day.
It's a new dawn for Nigeria. Oh, better days are coming. Better days that gives us hope and strength.
It's a new dawn in Nigeria. The firmament portents a bright future as the people of Nigeria move to vote a man whom they have come to trust. That man is Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. Vote Bola Tinubu as president of Nigeria. Vote Kashim Shettima as vice president. Vote APC.
Bring the smiles back to all Nigerians.
One hash today. But now I can't love the
Politics Tonight, weekdays on TVC News.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. On Labor Lens, we believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. On Labor Lens, I ensure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and government to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking it.
Thank you very much for joining us. It's that time of the day where we talk business. Hello and welcome to Monday edition of Your Business Nigeria. Here are the top stories we're tracking for you today. CBN begins cash withdrawal limits today as Nigeria's oil production hits 9 months high of 1.235 million barrels per day. Asian shares rise on U.S. rate bets as China reopens. On our interview segment today, two robust conversations as usual. First, of course, around Nigeria's 2023 budget, the highlights and key assumptions surrounding the 2023 estimated bill, and of course, expended and spending plan, as well as crude oil exports. Of course, it's been below target considering OPEC's quota. What is responsible for this? Oil theft and other issues. We'll look at that on the first half of the show, and on the other half, we'll shift our discussion to some activities in the manufacturing space, and also the CBN cash withdrawal limit. I know everyone wants to hear about that. Have you been able to get the new notes? Well, we'll talk about that, how it affects individuals and companies. Welcome to the show. Let's start with some news making headlines across the world of business. The Central Bank of Nigeria's policy on restriction on daily cash withdrawal has taken off across the country. Maximum weekly limit for cash withdrawals across all channels, individuals and corporate organizations is 500,000 naira and 5 million naira respectively. The Apex Bank has also ordered deposit money banks not to pay customers making over-the-counter withdrawals of the new naira notes again. Meanwhile, individuals or organizations that have a compelling need to withdraw above the approved limits to transact legitimate businesses will have to pay a processing fee of 3% and 5% respectively. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has revealed that crude oil production in Nigeria has hit 1.235 million barrels per day as at December 2022. That's representing the highest output since March, when the country produced 1.237 million barrels per day. Data show oil production increased 1 million barrels in December, indicating that the effort of the federal government and security agencies in curbing oil theft is successful. Crude oil production in the country has crashed to as low as 937,000 barrels per day in September last year, which is the lowest output recorded in Nigeria in several years. The crash in crude oil production has been attributed to activities of pipeline vandals and all thefts in the oil-producing states. Reports says the financial sector, industrial goods, among other sectors, have maintained their growth trajectory in the current year, 2023. But that's according to Cardos Securities Limited reports we titled Nigeria in 2023, charting through a pervasive slowdown. The report identifies financial sector, industrial goods, agricultural consumer goods, and oil and gas sector to be the drivers of stock market performance in the year 2022. It further advises that Nigerian banks will maintain their growth trajectory supported by core income owing to higher loans and investment securities yields in 2023. Well, Nigeria faces numerous challenges ranging from global headwinds such as high interest rates, supply chain disruptions, rising energy and food prices, to local challenges such as insecurity, rising debt, and high inflation, low crude oil production, and crude oil theft. Labor issues and flooding, well, that's in recent times. Well, despite increased focus on revenue generation by the current administration, Nigeria has not met with its revenue targets in the recent past. The FG's 2021 fiscal year aggregate revenue underperformed by approximately 25% compared to target. There may also be what 2023 estimated bill as crude oil exports have been below targets due to underproduction and oil theft. Still, the oil output benchmark in 2023 budget has been pegged at 1.69 million barrels per day, 30% higher than average year-to-date crude oil production of 1.3 million barrels per day as of June 2022. Well, let's get talking and understand all of this Monday afternoon. PricewaterhouseCoopers, Dr. Andrew Nevin. Dr. Nevin, it's good to see you. Let me still wish you a Happy New Year.
Hello, it's great to be with you as always, and Happy New Year. Let's hope 2023 is a good year for Nigeria and for the world.
Well, good. Let's start with making it a good year by more understanding our spending plan. We have a spending plan of 21.83 trillion naira as approved, presented by the president, and approved a little bit of jerk up there for some supplementary budgeting and all of that. But let me first get your view in its entirety, or what is PwC saying about the 2023 spending plan?
Well, I think you had Taiwo on the show last week, so PwC has a consistent message. I mean, I think the fundamental issues around the economy are not really addressed by this budget. We continue to have the FOIL subsidy, at least for the first half of the year. We continue to have a significant amount. I keep losing track, and we keep recalculating almost every day or every week as we track the numbers. But I think 70 or 80% of the fundamental findings on this is that people perceive that when they're taxed, it's not going for good uses. And of course, the Orange report, there's nothing being said about that, nothing being done about that, despite the fact His Excellency President Buhari assented to it very clearly. I think it was April 2020, just at the beginning of COVID. So really, the budget is more of the same. I guess the one difference is that the FOIL subsidy is scheduled to go only until it's only budgeted about 3.4 trillion naira, I believe, only allocated for the first half of the year. So essentially the government's saying if the next president wants to come in and continue the FOIL subsidy, they're going to have to find another 3.4 trillion naira in the budget on there. So more of the same as we come to the end of this administration, not really addressing the fundamental issues facing the economy here in Nigeria. Like a fund, but it would reduce the interest rates and all the other parts of the debt that they have. And as you say, when we convert the ways and means, people are talking as though the ways and means from our economy is over 200 trillion naira. So in terms of global debt to GDP, we're still relatively modest, and the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Plan has made that point. But we are not making any progress here. I mean, what we've said for years is the minister says, the Honorable Minister says it's a revenue problem. We've disagreed with that. We said it's a growth problem. As long as we continue to grow 1%, 2%, now about 3%, we're going to continue to have this problem. We need growth at 6 to 8% to be able to get the economy big enough to be able to raise enough taxes. And it's very difficult in this situation when people's incomes are not rising. They don't want to pay more taxes, particularly, as I mentioned earlier, when they perceive that the tax money is well spent. And it's compounded by what you were discussing a little bit earlier, which is the reduction in oil production. You would have thought that the number one thing that the government would have focused on was maintaining oil production. I mean, when I came to the country about 2008, I mean, oil production was about 2.2 million barrels a day. Now we're happy when it gets back to 1.2 revenue mobilization, even though the economy is doing well. Essentially, we're getting nothing, not nothing, we're getting a negative impact of oil because not only are we not getting anything from oil, but we continue with the foil subsidy at a high price. So the overall dynamic is very difficult. And I think that we are coming to, in a sense, the end game of it. The foil subsidy is clearly not sustainable at 7 trillion naira a year. In fact, it's more than that because that 7 trillion naira is calculated at the official exchange rate. If you calculate it at what's really happening in the economy, if you calculate it the way it should be with the parallel rate, which is closer to what the market perceives the value of the naira is, the amount that we're spending on foil subsidy is much bigger. So it's clearly coming to an end, as we say. And then in terms of the Orange Shea report and government spending, I mean, there is immense pressure. Will they be able to fund this or not? And if they don't need to fund it, we're going to find ourselves in a very difficult situation. What I don't want to have happen is Nigeria forced to call in the IMF. I mean, we're much better off not taking ourselves to the wall so that we can make changes that we are in our best interest and not make them at the behest of some outside agency. But if we look at our friends over in Ghana, our brothers and sisters there, they've called the IMF in for the 13th time to bail them out of their current financial crisis. Unfortunately, when you have called in the outsiders, particularly the IMF, you've then lost some control of the way the situation evolves. So as we come to the end game of the current structure, economic structure, and make some changes, I sincerely hope that we're able to be in Nigeria, that the next president can keep control of that process.
A lot of work to be done by whoever becomes the CEO. That's what many have been saying, looking at what we have on ground. GDP projected at 3.75%. Inflation at 17.16% with what we have at the moment. This looks like a tall order. I don't know, do you see this achievable? Some say some of the assumptions, you've mentioned some in your earlier submission, but they say look overambitious. I don't know if it comes to you that way.
Well, I mean, 3.7% is certainly better than 2.5%, which we had, or low 2% for many years. I think it's attainable, but we've always been of the view it should be a minimum of 6 to 8%. I mean, I was just spent a significant part of the time in December in India. I mean, they really transformed their economy over the last 24, 25, 30 years, since the early 1990s when they started to make these changes. Again, I'll stress the importance of services as an export. I was in Bangalore, which is really the IT capital of the world. There are 2 million workers in the IT industry in Bangalore earning dollars for India. We've put out that that's a strategy that can work for here. But I mean, right now the situation is just so difficult for us. Everyone's going to have to make significant changes as we go forward. But it's doable. I mean, I think one of the things, of course, about Nigerians, and we wrote our book recently on self-organizing Nigeria, self-organizing Niger. I mean, there's such an energy level. There's so many people who want to do things, despite all the problems we face. I see people in manufacturing. I see them in fintech. I see them in IT services, exporting IT services. I see them in Nollywood, cultural industries, trying to do things, and more governors on that. So I don't think it's going to take much to actually turn the ship around, much less than some people think. And I remain pretty optimistic, very optimistic, about the medium-term future for Nigeria. But these fundamental issues, I mean, we've said for some time over the past 6 or 7 years, the real problem is we know the issues, we know underinvestment, the foil subsidy, the issues around electricity, the issues around the exchange rate, the issues around multiple agencies, ease of doing business. We know these issues, but the willingness to take the tough decisions has been lacking. So, for example, we take PEBEC. I mean, Dr. Jaboke is a national heroine. She's done an amazing job at PEBEC, but the government has refused to make any real structural changes. So you facade of improving ease of doing business, and we really haven't made any headway. So until we're ready to make some difficult decisions, and I think the next president, as you say, has got that full agenda for them, but I think they'll be forced into a situation to make the difficult decisions. As I said a little earlier, I just hope that we maintain the control within Nigeria of how we navigate through that. But I remain optimistic. I think it isn't going to take much to really turn this country around economically.
Let's talk about food now, which everyone always likes to talk about. The Food and Agricultural Organization is coming up with a report and saying that food prices declined for the 9th consecutive month in December, but rose substantially on a yearly basis. How do you understand this report? Does it mean that we're having a a reduction somewhere, one way or the other. What could be responsible for that?
Well, I mean, there was a big impact, of course, of the on food prices, February, March, April. And then we had supply chain disruptions that affected manufacturing, but also agriculture, particularly in the Far East. So we've had that, but we seem to absorb that. I mean, the world has an immense capacity to produce food. I mean, the total grain production in the world is about 2.2 billion tons of food, and there's of grains. You have rice, you have wheat, you have barley, and it's done all over the world. So it's not a big surprise that people would respond to these agricultural incentives. In our case, I mean, one of the things that's really heartened me over the last 10 years is that the real emphasis of both the private sector and the public sector, some state governors, on agriculture. So we've seen a real transformation. What's holding it back here, sadly, is the security situation. That's the number one challenge facing the food industry. I have no doubt if we're able to get an improved security situation, we're really going to find all this emphasis on agriculture, agro-processing, building an infrastructure, the immense productive capacity of it. There was an article this morning, for example, one of the presidential candidates talking about the economic advantages of Niger State, an immense amount of land that's not under cultivation, brought under cultivation, not far from Abuja, a big market on that. So again, it's fixable, but what's been holding back agriculture in particular is the security situation.
Well, staying with food, let's look at supply disruptions. That is what many are talking about. Let's focus on likes of wheat and maybe sugar. How well can we do as a country? We know at the time CBN was reinvesting in these particular sectors to double production, increase production. But like what many would say, despite all of the efforts in the rice space, a bag of rice is still so much on the high side. So what do you think of all of these initiatives being supervised by the Apex Bank, wheat, rice, and all of this?
Well, I think if you go back just in history, so back in 2013, His Royal Highness Mohammed Sanusi II was asked when he was leaving office, he was asked, should you be doing these intervention programs? Because he began the agricultural intervention back then. And he said, if not us, who? If not now, when? And I think at the time in 2013, that was probably appropriate because when I was here in 2009, 2010, no one was really thinking about agriculture. So His Royal Highness, the CBN really brought it on the agenda. But now there are many players that understand the criticality of it, both in the private sector and the public sector. My own view is that at this time, the CBN should retreat from these intervention programs. They're difficult to execute. There's mixed understanding of whether they're effective or not. There's lots of private sector players trying to do amazing things, both on the production side or a company like Afex, which is the commodity exchange. So it's a private company, but it's much further ahead, that serves smallholder farmers, much further ahead than the public initiative to have a commodity exchange. So I think that the CBN under His Excellency Governor Sanusi, but also under His Excellency Governor Emefiele, has accomplished what was set out, which was to put agriculture on the agenda. I don't think it's a need any longer for them to do the intervention programs. I mean, to the extent that we want intervention programs, I think they would be better housed, for example, the Bank of Agriculture or the Development Bank of Nigeria, which are institutions that are set up for that. So it is time for them to, in my view, withdraw from these types of programs.
When we talk food, everyone is interested because as we move, we're looking at what food inflation will look like moving on. What do you think around that? Then the second question would be OPEC quota. Nigeria is yet to meet that. And we pegged our budget at 1.6, and today we are talking about 1.2, 1.3 in some cases. Are we winning the war against all theft? What more can be done? It seems like the NNPC, being a limited company now, is doing so much around that space.
Well, I think with respect to agriculture, as I said a little earlier, I think that food prices, when inflation of food in Nigeria will not only decline, food prices themselves will start to decline if we address the security issues. But if the security issues, and I'm not an expert, I don't know, I don't have any recommendations around it. It's obviously on everyone's mind. But if the security issues are not solved, then the food issue is not going to be solved. The food inflation issue is not going to be solved. I mean, practically, you can imagine as a farmer, when you're insecure, you're not going far from the village to tend to those fields. You'll end up growing food close to your home that you use for your own subsistence, but not putting in the market. So the only solution to our food issues is security. But the security issue, I think, is the following question. How is it possible that the most, I've been the one that said for many years we're not an oil economy. Everyone else has said we're an oil economy. So why would you have a situation where if you believe you're an oil economy, between the presidency, the Ministry of Petroleum, the NNPC, you allow production to decline from 2.2 million barrels a day back in 2010 to 1 million barrels a day. It's just incredible. It puts so much fiscal pressure, so many of the issues that we're discussing in terms of high interest rates, of inflation, and of the deficit arise because of that lack of revenue. Nothing is coming to the Federation account right now. So I think it's really an issue of that needs to be inquired. What level of mismanagement allowed oil production to drop so fast? On the other hand, the fact that they're able to bring it back, so it was 1.0 million barrels a day in August, so it's now back up to 1.235 as reported. Can they bring it back to 1.6? I don't know, but if they can bring it back that fast, then people should be asking why was it allowed to decline in the first place. That's just put immense pressure on the system in many ways. So I think it would be very, and of course the numbers, the deficit numbers that we quoted, which are immense, depend on getting to the 1.6. So if we fall short of that, we're going to have an even bigger deficit. As I said, we're really in kind of the end game of what is sustainable economically. Big changes are coming. There's no way around it in 2023.
Before I let you go, the fear of global recession is also the beginning of wisdom. IMF has warned that a third of the economy might get into recession as we move on. Are you worried about that?
Well, I'm worried about it at a global level to the extent I worry about the global economy, but I'm not worried about it at the Nigeria level. We have the ability to control our own economic destiny here. And for years, globally, we're going to, I think it's unacceptable to use that as an excuse for the economic management here. There's so many things that Nigeria can do to have a better economic management, to have inclusive growth, to lift people out of poverty, that we shouldn't be looking around at the rest of the world and using that as an excuse for what's going on. I mean, every industry in this country can be developed on that. We put out a number of papers. We put out the paper on debt capital, the real estate industry, for example. We put out the paper on global value chains recently. And that's all in our control. So I really don't have any patience for people that stand up and say, well, the global economy is going into recession, and therefore we're going to go into recession, or we can't develop economically. I mean, one reason the global economy is going into recession is just straight demographics. So the number of adults, working age adults in the world outside of Africa is already declining. The number of children outside of Africa is already declining. So in those kind of demographic headwinds, you can't expect much growth. Like Korea, South Japan, Poland, Spain, Italy, they're not going to grow. Brazil, Thailand are not going to grow very fast because of that. Whereas we have this what is supposed to be the great demographic dividend, the number of young people is still increasing. So it's perfectly capable for us to grow 6 to 8%, 10% a year, as the governor of the central bank says we should be doing, without worrying about whether the global economy is going 2%, 3%, or 4%. As I said, I was just in India. The economy continues to do very well, growing 6 to 8%. They don't seem at all concerned about the global economy, and I think we should be in the same position here in Nigeria.
I must thank you so much for your time, Dr. Andrew Nevin, Chief Economist and Partner, PricewaterhouseCoopers. Thank you so much for your contributions on Business Nigeria. We appreciate this.
Thank you, Tola. Great to see you. Happy New Year again.
We should the same. Well, coming up on the show, we'll look at CBN cash withdrawal limit policy for individuals and corporate entities. It's taking effect today nationwide. And still on the show, we'll discuss the projected decline in the global manufacturing space. Joining me, Lieutenant Mr. Tajuddin Ibrahim. Don't go away. It's Business Nigeria.
It's not your regular show. It's an online interactive session where we share my views on the everyday issues that cut across politics, security, health, current affairs, governance, and so much more. I am passionate about our country. I choose to support any conversation geared towards building a better. Join me every Saturday on TVC News YouTube channel as I discuss Nigeria and the world at large on the show, Issues with Jide.
So, all in favor say aye. Those against no, the ayes have it.
Do you know about the legislature, its role in governance, and as one of the three arms of government? Lagos Parliament is here to bring it to you as it is. Here to bring you every detail you need to know about the legislature in Africa's most populous city. On Lagos Parliament, you get a chance to meet the lawmaker of the week. Events are critically reviewed. You can also observe plenary in Yoruba language every Friday.
Politics is defined as getting what, where, when, and how. But in the mix, many things come to play to shape the political fortune of any country.
Mr. Honorable Minister, that's how you misinform the public.
From the political actors to the electorate, campaign to voting, from debates to policy decisions, big events happen to engage us in constant conversation.
That's what we're looking for. Not some people who are talking about ethnicity. No.
Who is on your mind?
Don't worry.
Join me every day on Politics Tonight, where we dissect issues that shape our political destiny. Politics Tonight, weekdays on TVC News.
Join me, Precious Amayo, as I bring you news from the epicenter, where it happens and when it happens, busy and just before it sleeps. We're live from every angle with objective insight and analysis. TVC News, first with breaking news.
The TVC News at 7 and the TVC News at 10 are not like any other news broadcast.
It's the big news hour, the hour for the big breaking stories.
We've got some of the best reporters on the field,
Taking you through as it happens.
It's fast-paced, hard-hitting,
With investigations that matter.
bringing you news that affects your life.
With sport, entertainment, and business news, so you don't miss a thing.
Experience resourceful coverage with depth.
Every night.
It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty, erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Thank you for staying with us. The global manufacturing sector has demonstrated continued strength in 2022, building on the momentum it gained emerging from the pandemic and surpassing expectations from the prior 2 years. While overall demand and production capacity have hit recent high, there are indications that near-term outlook may not be as bright. The industry is currently experiencing concerns related to inflation and economic uncertainty. Moreover, supply chain issues, including sourcing bottlenecks, global logistics backlog, cost pressures, and cyber attacks will likely remain critical challenges in the year 2022. Well, let's discuss this projected decline with in the sector, and of course, issues around the cash withdrawal limits. That's the big one. I'm starting on that note, and I'm being joined by the Director, Research and Strategy, Chapel Hill, Denham. Mr. Tajuddin, it starts today. That's the directive by the Apex Bank, the Central Bank of Nigeria, particularly to the amount for individuals and corporates. It's a big one, but let's start with your overview with the Naira redesign and all of the issues that have popped up from this. I know you've been following the news on availability of this new notes, and a lot of questions are begging for answers. What is your take with regards to this?
I think the first time I spoke on the show, to start with, thank you for having me today. Yeah. I think the first time I spoke on the show about, the matter, I made it known that, the CBN indeed has, a good intention around the redesign of, the Naira notes, talking about the 200, the 500, and the 1,000, notes. But the only concern I expressed, and which I maintain, is around the timing. I think the timing is too short. We are talking about, the deadline being the 31st of this month. I think the timing remains short, and if there is anything that the CBN can do, my sense is that they should do something to address the short timing. But if we take a broader view at it, it is indeed a good policy, and it should allow the CBN to be able to take more control of cash in terms of cash withdrawals by Nigerians generally, and also the utilization of cash for transaction purposes and also for other purposes by individuals. The CBN on the back of this policy will be able, in my view, to account for the currency that is in circulation, talking about cash in this case. So I think it is, broadly speaking, a good policy. The only downside to my mind is around the timing. Yeah.
Around the timing, but some are worried about technological initiatives, of course, online banking and all of that is supposed to come in to make do when we go away from cashless transactions. All of this moves to promote the cashless initiative. But many are worried that we seem not to be there yet, and we want to institute this. Is it not like, which is coming first?
Okay, so maybe we should, take a look at, data as supplied by the Central Bank of Nigeria. If sure the data are available, the starting point 22 for the first 11 months of the year, according to the data made available by the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, NIBS, the data made available showed that Nigeria recorded 318.66 trillion in the value of cashless transactions that were carried out last year for the first 11 months, January to November of last year. And that number is an indication of 42% increase over the corresponding period of 2021. If you break the number into two, we notice that Nigeria Interbank payments, accounted for around 98% of the transactions, and we notice that 2% is attributable to POS terminals in terms of transactions by Nigeria. So, largely speaking, one can say that Nigeria is already embracing cashless, sort of trajectory in terms of transactions. And the new thing that has come is that the government or the CBN really want to be able to take charge in terms of controlling the flow of cash in the economy. As we speak, as of November of last year, 2.6 trillion naira is the value of cash outside the banking sector. That represents a decline of about 191 million when we, 191 billion when we capture, month-on-month development, relative to the level as at October, which means, Nigerians are already gradually adjusting to the policy by holding less cash and doing more transactions on a cashless basis, using terminals, using POS, using electronic channels, and also using mobile banking, of course. So we have all these, alternative channels there. And my mind tells me that, Nigerians are already, gradually beginning to use them, because of the policy, in my view.
Well, it's worrisome. But before we move on, because I know we have a lot to talk about, and this can take the villages, the rural. I think there's enough awareness.
Okay, so let's take a look at numbers again, because numbers do not lie.
Yeah, true.
And they really indeed help us to understand whatever circumstance we find ourselves in. Number one, the question is, how much is the CBN talking about in terms of individual withdrawal limits? They say that from today on, individuals can withdraw up to not more than 500,000 naira per week. And my mind tells me that those in the villages, in towns, in local or rural areas, will be able to tap into this window. 500,000 naira in my mind, is not what everybody can afford. Not everybody can afford that number. If we look at number again, unique bank verification numbers that we have in the country as we speak is a little above 56 million. If we capture 56 million BVNs and we view them as individual BVNs, we multiply it by 500,000 per week. That will give us about 28 trillion naira in a week. So we still have that window for people in the rural area. And I think over time, even they will prefer to migrate to a digital platform where they can use either their mobile devices via USSD channels, or they will over time, as internet is available in those areas, will tap into internet opportunities. And I think it's also good for them in terms of safety, in terms of risk of armed robbery. That the CBN recently licensed telecommunication companies to as payment service banks. These companies have presence across major cities and rural areas in Nigeria. They will go there and spring up businesses around payment services using mobile telephone numbers. So I think over time we will get there, but in the immediate, I think those in the villages or towns are also covered, given the increase, that we have seen in the limit from 100,000 a week to 500,000 a week. And I think individuals should ask themselves, what do I want to use 500,000 naira cash for in a week? We can do transactions online, in my view.
Well, that sounds good. Let's see how it plays out and the availability of the new currency. But the manufacturing space, there is this projected decline considering what we've seen. And many would say it was expected following what happened, of course, after COVID and Russia and Ukraine crisis, all of the supply disruptions and all of it. But what do you make of the outlook, saying the manufacturing sector might still perform below expectations?
I think we should take a global view at the manufacturing sector. And again, I'm going to speak to data as made available by the United Nations, statistical division. They made us to realize that, when we take a global view at the manufacturing sector, China, United States of America, and our issues in China in terms of their ability to source and to source raw materials and manufacture goods and services, the entire world is going to feel the impact. If the US is also having similar challenges, the entire world is going to feel the impact. The third of them is Japan. If Japan is also suffering in sourcing raw materials and also making, and also manufacturing goods, the entire world is also going to feel the impact, because these top three producers globally account for 53% of global manufacturing output. So it is very important, that, the three of them are able to produce and manufacture goods seamlessly. And let us come back to China, what is happening there. Recently, they had issues around, COVID, and they put in place policies that will ensure that they have, zero. They have relaxed, those conditions. So that is partly positive. But when we consider, regions like, Russia, Ukraine, you will probably agree with me that, supply disruptions, will be a major challenge between those two countries and also around countries in that region, for global manufacturers to be able to, number one, source raw materials from those regions. It will be more difficult this year. Number two, to be able to, countries will also most likely, be difficult because the tension in that space is not, subsiding as we speak. If anything, it is probably, getting worse. So some of those are some of the indicators, that points to a somewhat weak outlook for the global manufacturing space in 2023. If we take a look at the US, that's another development for consideration, in my view.
So before I'll let you go, coming back home now, the question about backward integration is what many is talking about, so that we slightly shift away from this importer dependent sector where we have to import most of our raw materials and all of that. Do you think our manufacturers are keening into this? Manufacturing needs to be domesticated one way or the other.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Manufacturing needs to be domesticated, and that is what is largely speaking lifting the Chinese economy. If we take a look at Nigeria, I believe that, backward integration policies, are working in some sectors, and I think, they can also work in some, other, sectors of the Nigerian economy. What we need, number one, is to ensure that we further tighten, security and ensure that, farmers that go to, their farms to produce some of the agriculture, products that are used as raw materials are safe, and they are able to do their farming and get the output to the users of, those materials. If we have that seamless environment, backward integration is going to really help us. The second element to my mind is around logistics. When these goods are produced in the farms, they will have to be transported to the companies that will use them. Let's talk about, raw sugar, for instance. Let's talk about, wheat, for example. Let us also, consider cocoa, for instance. So we have them grown in this country, and some of them are grown in the large, expected quantity in terms of demand. What we need is to fix security and also fix logistics. Then we will be able to reap more of the benefits of backward integration, in my view.
But I want to find out, what is the global outlook, considering the fears that we might even fall into a recession? I mean, for the manufacturing space now.
For the manufacturing space, I think, that can largely cause economic recession globally. If we put in context, China, for instance, has 30% of their economy, being driven by the manufacturing sector. We have inflation concerns in the US, and we have a global environment where central banks across the globe are, tightening monetary policy rates by raising interest rates, which is in turn not encouraging for consumers to borrow, for companies to borrow. So I think all those are indications that the global economy is probably going to witness a slow growth rate in 2023. And, for those, for the slow growth rate, it may mean recession for some of the advanced economies. My sense is that Nigeria, recession, but our growth rate most likely will be much slower than expected.
I must thank you. So much interesting conversation with you, as usual, Mr. Tajuddin Ibrahim, Director, Research and Strategy, Chapel Hill, Denham. You have a fruitful and profitable week. All right, there. Well, it's time to look at markets, and the figures are out starting. And the In the week, that's 0.96% up. Gainers, we have ABC Transport, Royal Exchange, and we have Airtel Africa here. But Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed is joining me via phone. He's an investment banker and a stockbroker. Mr. Mohammed, how are you today? And the week is started.
When you look at why we see that percentage gain, it's just because of Airtel Africa. So some of the major companies, especially the dividend-paying companies, seems to be flat today. So with the exception of assets, all others were just flat. And when you look at volume also, a lot of people were not selling. So definitely what we are seeing is that the market has come to maybe a stage of equilibrium whereby people are beginning to wait for the result before they do any selling. And then some people are beginning to look at new entrance opportunities in other sectors of the market, especially those that are not paying dividends. So people are beginning to look at, will we be able to get capital appreciation from those space? That's why you see stocks like ABC Transport gaining.
So what is your outlook for the week? The oil and gas space, we've not heard from the likes of Seplat.
Well, when you look at Seplat, I think that's the only one. When we talk about oil and gas, I keep saying don't call any other company, just talk about Seplat, because all other ones, exception for Total, that is only the marketing arm. Owando is in the state of Kumaso, so we have not heard anything from Owando thus far. So when you look at Seplat, I think what investors are looking at Seplat these days, they looked at the price. The price has really gone high, so Seplat is more profitable for institutional investors. And institutional investors are still balancing their books. Some of them don't normally come into the market until first quarter of the year when they are seeing the first quarter result, they've seen the end year result. Remember that institutional investors are not interested in dividend payment, they're only interested in capital appreciation. So definitely that is why you've seen that don't heard anything from Seplat from a while. But hopefully by the time the result comes out and then the first quarter tricky, I think we could see a lot of activities in that space, but with the fact that our oil output has increased to about 1.6 billion per day, the highest in thus far, and we're expecting that to go up within the few months. So definitely when you look at that, it's a sector to look at. Like what I said, it's only Seplat. When you look at the Owando court cases, prices have just been depressed. Most investors are not looking at that space. They are trading with serious caution.
And even the banking stocks, well, those are always liquid stocks. One way or the other, they would always make impact around trading, right?
Yeah, the banking stock, the toast of investors is one trade. So you see that they have done very well. And again, when you look at those that are paying interim dividends, with the exception of assets that did not pay their normal 30 kobo, every other were able to pay their normal 30 kobo. And then when you look at Fidelity, even surprised investors with an interim dividend of 10 kobo, and it's a tier 2 bank. Now you look at FCMB result also was very good. So when you look at that, and then you just came with indices, you look at the dividend yield. At this time last year, where they paid 30 kobo, what was the price? I'll give an instance. GTCO at this time last year was selling for about 32 naira, and today it's selling for 24 naira. And even it's going to pay the same dividend that it paid last year, you see that you have a higher percentage of dividend yield, especially when you are in an inflationary economic situation like what we have in Nigeria at the moment. So the banking sector remains the toast of investors, especially in terms of cash dividend payment. Remember, when the economy is depressed, cash liquidity becomes king. And so a lot of people are looking at that cash. Some of them will use it to reinvest. Some of them will use it to go into other sectors. Some of those cash normally find themselves back into the market and they help in the activity. So for now, most investors that are in those liquid stocks are not looking to go out of it yet. They are looking to see the result and then begin to see the dividend payment. I know that a lot of them also have made capital appreciation. Remember, from November, late November to January, the banking stocks started moving. We give an example of GTCO move from 16 naira, a low of 16 naira 90 about a high of 24 naira. So you could see the percentage movement there. And also, Zenith Bank has moved from 20 to about at the point 7 naira, 10 kobo to about 7 naira 77 kobo. So a lot of investors have made good capital appreciation there, but also they are still looking at the dividend payout. And when you add all that together, you realize that they are getting above up to 20 to 23%, and that will help you hedge against inflation. And then if you compare that to other investments, like in the fixed income space, in the treasury bill space, you realize that the equity market seems to be better, especially at this moment that we are in our economy.
I must thank you so much, Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed. Always a pleasure having you on the show.
Thank you.
Asian shared rallied today as hopes for less aggressive U.S. rate hike and opening of China's border bolstered the outlook for the global economy. MSCI's broadest index of Asian Pacific shares outside Japan rose. More than 500 features added 0.2%. NASDAQ features 0.3%. Eurostock 50 features added 0.5%. FTSE features from 0.4%. The Swiss National Bank has posted a loss of 132 billion Swiss francs for 2022. That's about $142.67 billion and the biggest loss in its 115-year history. This is bigger than the previously highest loss of 23 billion francs in 2015. All this pushed back the bank into the red zone. Stocks falling on fixed income markets and bonds portfolio hits the value of its shares, while the appreciation of the Swiss franc also had a negative impact. The loss is equivalent to slightly more than annual GDP of Morocco and 26 billion francs. Reserves to cover trade costs and futures debt payments. Argentina and China formalized the expansion of currency swap deal. The heads of Argentina and Chinese central banks confirmed the swap of currencies between both countries. The swap comprises the exchange of currencies for reinforcement of international reserves of 130 billion yuan and special activations of 35 billion yuan to compensate operations on foreign exchange markets. This is to increase its foreign currency reserves and deepen the use of Chinese yuans in the Argentine market. Crude oil prices climbed today as the borders reopened in China. The world's top crude importer boosted the outlook for fuel demand growth and of certain global recession concerns. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude experiences an upward price review of 3.06% to sell at $76.03 per barrel. Brent crude features an upsurge of 2.93%, selling at $80.87 per barrel. Bonny Light sells at $79.57 with an upward price review of 0.81%. And for the OPEC basket, crude oil dealers are offering $76.90 with a price decline of 5.40%. That's our show today. Thank you so much for being a part of it. I'll see you tomorrow, same time. Stay with TVC News for the rest of our programming.
It's always a great morning on the TVC Breakfast Show.
Thanks for joining us on TVC Breakfast.
With the array of stories that matter and what's behind them.
As you say, the first blow indicates the direction of government.
Tell us what really is going on between your union and the federal government.
Once it's generated,
If you don't use it, it's waste.
We are not even sure whether we have a strategy for security.
Are you saying that there was nothing wrong in that?
Was he the one driving the taxi?
Answer the question.
Reveal your morning with all you need to know.
Like the
yes, just mundane lyrics.
Yes.
How does that fit into your scheme of events or duties right now?
No chief of staff, no general has the right to call a governor to order. The governor has been elected by his people.
Start your day right, because this is the breakfast show that adds to your breakfast. TVC Breakfast, weekdays at 7 a.m. only on TVC News.
The real estate sector in Nigeria is growing at a pace that is almost unbelievable. I'm on a journey to unravel the real estate sector in these parts and explore how the private sector is filling the housing deficit gap. To help you understand how it works, the players, the policies, the rules, but more importantly, how it serves as a veritable investment mechanism. Get a deeper understanding of real estate business from the eyes and experiences of the major players and learn how to make the most of it. Real Transformers, Exploring Tribertat, starts October 1st, 3:30 p.m. every Saturday on TVC News.
Wisdom.
Governor Ifeanyi Okowa is very kind, he's very caring, he's so good, especially to the students and to the children. He's concerned about us, that is why he made this facility for us.
Before this program, I've been owing debts of about 1.something million. But through this shop I've opened, I was able to pay that debt.
The governor is a lifter of life.
Center for Investigative Journalism confers on Stella Dane Jacob, Director of News at TVC News, a lifetime award for journalistic excellence for a lifelong contribution to journalism and good governance.
And the next generation of broadcasters, so that they will take off from where I have left and to understand that you're only as good as your last performance.
The 17th edition of the Wole Soyinka Award for Investigative Reporting was held on Friday, the 9th of December, 2022. Stella Dane Jacob is a seasoned journalist, news manager, and lawyer with a career spanning nearly 3 decades. Like a mantra, failure is not an option, impossible does not exist. She remains focused and undeterred in nurturing talent and preserving globally accepted standards across newsrooms. Her contribution to broadcasting has produced winners and the Station of the Year awards for some news channels where she worked, including TVC.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Thanks for joining us. This is the What Now. Now, Brazil is on top of the news, and if you say the government is under pressure, you won't be wrong. Thousands of protesters who are supporters of the country's former leader, Jair Bolsonaro, have stormed destroying public property. We have a report.
Africa is not alone in the struggle for peaceful leadership transitions. In South America, Brazil has been boiling over its recently concluded presidential election. Sunday, the supporters of Brazil's far-right ex-president, Jair Bolsonaro, broke through police barricades and stormed key government buildings, including the presidential palace. The protest brings to mind the U.S. Capitol riot, where thousands of supporters of former President Donald Trump stormed the Capitol building. The large crowd of protesters broke through police blockades and climbed the ramps of the National Congress. But police regained control of the buildings besieged by the protesters in Brasilia after hours of clashes. The supporters of former President Jair Bolsonaro also attacked a journalist who was accompanying the dismantling of a camp set up by the protesters. Arriving in the city, President Lula da Silva toured the Supreme Court building to see the damage done to public property for himself. He described the riots as barbaric and said arrested protesters will be punished. The French President, Emmanuel Macron, is among leaders saying to Brazil's President Lula da Silva that he is not alone at this time. Brazilia's civil police says at least 300 people have been arrested in connection with the protests.
And joining me now for more on this is a global affairs analyst, Collins Owinke. He joins me from Belgium. Good to have you join us.
Thanks for having me.
This is perhaps a grim echo of the U.S. Capitol invasion 2 years ago. All through, just before the election, all through the election, and after the election, we have seen former President Jair Bolsonaro replicate, and his supporters actually replicate the Trumpist movement. Does this latest riot surprise you?
It doesn't come as a surprise. As a matter of fact, there are quite a number of, very thick question marks hanging over what has happened, because the build-up to this invasion, as some people have chosen to call it, and in the United States, Capitol menace of January 6, 2022, some chose, to call it insurrection. Now, the build-up was massive, and so it took a lot of time, with people coming all over from different parts of, Brazil to the capital to actually carry out this operation. And so the biggest question mark is, how did this escape the security forces of Brazil? Could it be that they allowed this to happen? Because if you look at the slim margin with which actually come to the conclusion that Bolsonaro, his predecessor, still has very, very massive supporters or support base within Brazil, and that includes men in the uniform. So there is a lot of investigation to carry out to actually determine exactly how this was allowed to happen. So no, it was not a surprise. The main surprise is the fact that it was allowed to happen in the manner that it did.
And that point you just raised about whether or not security agencies agents are complicit in this latest riot is why I want to ask you how much of a threat you think this is to Brazil's democracy and just in general to Lula's tenure.
I believe that if not, he is enjoying overwhelming support in terms of people roundly condemning this. Even close associates of Bolsonaro are finding their ways, one way or the other, distancing themselves from this menace that just happened. And the president himself, Lula, has promised swift action investigation. 300 people have been arrested, and there is going to be a clean-up within the security forces, and anybody found to have jumped ship, actually abandoned their jobs and allow this to happen will be one of his initial statements. So it does look like while this is a threat, a very, very serious threat to Brazilian democracy, that there are signs that this will not be allowed to fester, and that people are going to be brought to justice and arrested.
Maybe perhaps faster than in the U.S. system. But while this is not going to be allowed to fester, but let's just talk about this globally. Do you think that perhaps this is now a playbook that will be used by far-right leaders who contest elections and lose? This thing about or deny the election and then insurrection follows.
Fantastic. This started with Trump in the United States of America. Recently, we saw similar move in Germany, which was, very effectively and efficiently well. And so, yes, there is this emerging era of far-right groups, taking to violence and crude force to get their ways, which they have been unable to actually get through the ballot box. So, yes, it is becoming a trend. And I believe that if people are to rely on only what is happening in the United States of America in terms of addressing the situation, which has been painfully slow, but indeed, that is how, the wheels of democracy grind. I think a very weak message would have been sent to their allies in the other parts of the world that this can happen. Hope that Brazil's case will be different because once a swift action is taken, it will be part of, sending a strong message to their international allies, the far-right international allies, that, there will be consequences for such, crude force.
And we hope we see the consequences, because one of the things, it might just be political rhetoric, but we heard it during President Biden's speech, and we heard it during President Lula's speech as well, where they say, look, we are going to be president for all, and then we're going to ensure that everyone has a seat at the table. That call for unity is what we hear most times after this kind of situation. Does that help? Why not? Because one wonders, why don't you just say, look, of that call for unity or attempt for unity, the system, when it comes to consequences, it's sort of slow.
I agree with you totally, Precious. What is bad and has got to be condemned in no uncertain terms. And I believe that one way or the other, this has happened. But at the same time, I think it is, politically expedient to actually send a message to the offenders and, their supporters that if you turn a new leaf, there is still a place for you in the table. Because don't forget, we are talking of nearly half of Brazilians that supported Bolsonaro. You cannot govern effectively if you do not find a way to get everybody back on the table. And I believe that part of what you described as political rhetoric was actually meant to let them know that it's not lost. Welcome to turn a new leaf, and Brazil is big enough to accommodate all of them. So yes, I believe it is a politically expedient statement to make, while being very unequivocal about the fact that offenders will be thoroughly dealt with.
We have our eyes on the situation in Brazil. Thank you so much for talking to us, as always. Global Affairs Analyst Colin Soweke.
Always my pleasure.
You're watching The What Now. We'll have more stories in a moment. Stay with us.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Enter Lagos City that never goes to sleep. There is always something to talk about. We go the extra mile to tell the story of Africa's 5th largest economy. We track happenings on land, on waterways, and in the air. We go against all odds to ensure that you are heard.
25% of the entire spread of Lagos is covered with water.
I'm Adedoja Salamageni. I live in Lagos.
Let's turn to France, where hundreds of people have been protesting in Lyon against the death of an Iranian Kurdish man who took his own life in a desperate act of anguish over the nationwide protest against human rights abuse protest in Iran. French police estimated the size of the crowd that gathered for Mohamed Mouradi at about 1,000 people. They marched in the city of Lyon, where the 38-year-old Mouradi took his own life in December, drowning in the Rhone River. Recordings showed him saying, quote, when you see this video, I will be dead, end quote. The protesters marched with placards that read, quote, stop executions in Iran and other slogans. Mohamed Mouradi arrived in France in 2019 with his wife and was pursuing his PhD in history. His death resonated among the Iranian diaspora. Let's now turn to demanding permanent employment at the Shiite Endowment Office and inclusion in the 2023 Iraqi National Fiscal Budget. The protesters, who have been contracting workers with the Shiite Endowment for the past 15 years, asked the government to make them permanent. The total number of those who are contract-based with the Shiite Endowment Office is around 7,000, with each doing a different job, including guarding holy shrines, doing media work, cooking, and running administrative affairs. This is the third protest of its kind that they have held in the course of the past 2 months, but they have not yet received any answer from the government. And now to Ukraine, where officials have dismissed Moscow's claim that a large number of Kiev's soldiers were killed in a Russian attack last week in the Kramatorsk in the eastern axis of Ukraine. Reports say there is no unusual activity in and around Kramatorsk, including the vicinity of the city's morgue. Other reports did not give any sign of a significant Russian strike on 2 college dormitories that Russia claimed had been housing hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers. Kramatorsk's mayor also says there had been no casualties. Now, after 15 rounds of vote, the U.S. House of Representatives elected Republican leader Kevin McCarthy of California as Speaker after 4 days of tension. He won with 216 out of 428 possible votes to become the 55th Speaker of the House. And it was the longest Speaker contest in 164 years. His election followed a chaotic night on the House floor, including an extraordinary confrontation between McCarthy and Rep. Matt Gaetz during the 14th round of voting. He overcame a fierce challenge to his leadership by a group of far-right members that led him to make steep concessions, which suggest a contentious 2 years ahead. President Joe Biden, in a statement, congratulated McCarthy on the victory, saying, quote, this is a time to govern responsibly and a time to ensure that we are putting the interests of American families first, end quote. For more on the new leadership of the U.S. House of Representatives and U.S. politics, global affairs analyst Calvin Dark joins me from Morocco here in Africa. Good to have you join us.
Good to be here.
I see that you have a different scene. You're in Africa, but let's talk what's happening in the House of Representatives. I read a piece earlier that said the Speaker fight. I just want to quote it right. The Speaker fight is over, but the chaos is just getting started. Do you think that perhaps this is going to be a difficult tenure for Kevin McCarthy, looking at all that has gone on in the House?
Years, if he makes it that long, simply because, look at it, we had an historic round of 15 votes for just the Republicans to elect their leader. This wasn't over any particular piece of legislation. It wasn't over a controversial policy. So if it goes this far, when they're picking their leader, what happens when we have to keep the government open? We have to have a budget when we are trying to solve immigration. So I think that was the reasoning behind Joe Biden's congratulatory message that it's now time to govern. But if the last week was any indicator, it's going to be a lot more messy.
And the first task at hand, perhaps this week, is to make the rules that will govern the House for the next 2 years. The House has to do that. The Senate do not necessarily have to do that. But how difficult do you think that would be, considering all the concessions he has had to make with the far-right members and far-right caucuses of the Republican Party?
Well, see, there are two parts, and this is what I think is unfortunate about the situation. First of all, a lot of the rules that Kevin McCarthy, now Speaker, had to agree to really weaken him as Speaker. There's even one rule that one member of the House Representatives can call for his vacate his office. And of course, it'd have to be up for a vote, but imagine how it would slow things down. And also, the second part of this, in addition to the rules they're going to try to pass today, there is a secret, in quotes, I think it's a 3-page set of agreements that Kevin McCarthy has to do with those 20 members, like committee assignments and things that he will and will not do. So it's going to be a challenge to get those rules passed today. And we don't even know what all those rules mean because they haven't made that secret pact public yet.
I want to sort of broaden this out further. Kevin McCarthy was very loyal and is still very loyal to former President Trump. In fact, President Trump had called that he be backed by the far-right members of the Republican parties who almost did not listen to him. But some of those far-right members of the party are also Trumpers. They're also those who echoed the voting fraud and all of the supported Trump through the insurrection. So what does that say about the influence that former President Trump still has in the Republican Party?
I think it demonstrates that he does have influence, not as much as he had, say, a year and a half ago, because even though he did make some important calls that I think towards the end convinced some of the hardliners who weren't going to vote for McCarthy to kind of give in, all last week, he was putting out statements. He, who stood up and said, Trump is my favorite president, but he's wrong. We don't need Kevin McCarthy. So I think as a presidential candidate for 2024, he's the only official one. He's the only Republican who's even said he was going to run. He has a lot of influence, but over the last year and a half, it has waned.
And how do you see this playing out, especially for President Biden? Because it doesn't seem like Kevin McCarthy has a stronghold on the members of the House of Reps. And if he does agree with President Biden on certain bills to be passed, it doesn't seem like he might be able to whip the members of the Republican Party in line. So what does that mean for President Biden?
Okay, I'll give it to you two ways. On the legislative policy front, it's not good for Biden because he's not going to we'll be lucky if we can agree to that. That's a major win. But he's not going to get any more of his agenda passed through the House of Representatives. That's one side. Now, on the political side, it does help President Biden. If President Biden runs again, which, all indications are that he's going to run again, even though he hasn't announced it, this politically helps him. Because what the American people will see is the leadership of the Republicans in the House stopping everything from getting done. And now he can, when the midterms, people would say, Biden has the House, the Senate, and the White House. Why can't he do more? This gives him a foil where he can say, well, I would do more, but it's those Republicans in the House. So politically, this works for Biden's favor.
We'll see how this plays out in the long run. Thank you so much for talking to us as always, Calvin Dak, and enjoy your stay in Morocco.
Thank you.
Let's turn to health matters. Excited travelers are flocking the newly reopened border crossings between Hong Kong and the Chinese mainland as easing COVID-19 restrictions means a chance to reunite with family members after 3 years. In the initial phase of a return to normal border operations, up to 110,000 people can travel between the mainland and Hong Kong each day. Some travelers told journalists that they were too excited to fall asleep the night before the trip. Under a quota system, up to 60,000 people a day can book through an online platform to travel from Hong Kong to the Chinese mainland, while 50,000 can book to make the trip in the opposite direction. Travelers will have to present a negative COVID-19 test result within 48 hours before departure, but no quarantine is required upon their arrival. That's the news this hour. We'll have more update at 4. Thanks for watching.
Papa Njiade, says it is so. Adiade, Buhebojiade, Mecca, oh, honey, Mecca, I'm Mecca, Ella, Sagrido, oh, Sagrido.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite to give the welcome remarks the Chairman, Ikwere Local Government Area, Honorable Samuel Wanosike.
The Executive Governor of Rivers State, the Grand Service Star of the Rivers people, Power Sports of Africa, Mr. Quality Project, Life Venture. His Excellency, I plead you permit me speak on standing on the established protocol by the MC. His Excellency, I just want to remind you and our leaders who are accompanying you here that this venue is symbolic to we Ikwere local government 60 speaking ethnic nationality. Because it was on this ground sometime in 2013 that Ikwere people called you as a serving minister for education to come and answer the call to wipe away the tears and the shame of Ikwere people. And you came to this ground and you answered the call that no matter what it takes, you would defend the people of Rivers State. This Ameka! And let me also inform the entire world that every promise you made to Ikwere people and Rivers people, you have kept all of them, and you have surpassed all the promises you have made. You have done things we never even asked you of, because you wear the same shoes we wear, and you know where it pinches and pains us. His Excellency, we are happy to come as Ikwere people during your time as our leader. And wherever you go, we will go with you. Whatever you bless, we will bless. Whatever you hold, we will hold. Whoever you stand for, we will stand with. Thank you for coming, and may God Almighty bless you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to thrill us with their dance steps, may I invite the Elele Women Group.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
So we I'm making a chance, oh, and he making a chance, hey, man, Manabella, Melera, no, oh, hey, no, yes, so we can chance, I'm making a chance, chief, we can, and he making a chance,
Ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for the Elele Women Group.
So we can down the way. Abiarulewe, Abunwaje, Abiarulewe, Governor Idemano, Abiarulewe, Governor, so we go, Abiarulewe, wake up.
Thank you very much.
Governor, so we go, Abiarulewe, wake up.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for the Elele Women Group as they dance out. Thank you. Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite to entertain us your cheerleading wrestling group.
You couldn't make out. You couldn't make out. Nigeria make out. I don't sell. Women alizeme, women alizeme, women alizeme, women alizeme. Yes, uncle. Hidikon Nabuja Kuzidaniyo. Hami Pare Fabule, Azidini Pare Karela. Hami Pare Fabule, Azidini Pare Karela. Yes, we go. He make a lot of bugai. He make a lot of bugai. He make a lot of bugai. Wamakama weme. Wamakama weme. Wamakama weme. Wamakama weme. Ibu Bruce wa beji okumo.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for Cherry Wrestling Group. May I now invite, for the project description, the Honorable Commissioner for Works in Rivers State, Judge Kelly Dax Alabo.
Your Excellency, Executive Governor of Rivers State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Rivers State, the Speaker, Rivers State House of Assembly, our incoming Governor, Sir Asimnalai Fubara and his Deputy, Professor Ngozi Odu, traditional rulers and elders of our party and the state here present, distinguished Senator Farinada Impigi, Excellency, may I kindly leverage protocols already properly established by the company. Excellency, we are here today in Elele Civic Center in October, and the constructor was mobilized specifically on the 28th of October 2022. Contractor moved into site immediately and work has commenced. The scope of the project is 9 kilometers of asphaltic concrete road and 6 kilometers of drains. 6 kilometers of drains because it's a build-up area and there were existing drains that needed to be made good and then the invert levels properly established. So we're going to have about 12 kilometers of drains that we're going to be making good and 6 kilometers of drains that will be freshly constructed alongside the 9.026 kilometers of road. Your Excellency, as you can see, the contractor is already on site and asphaltic concrete works is already going on in 2 roads, in the Dingpa Avenue and this Civic Center Road. On other roads, we have drainage works going on, we have excavation works going on, we have earthworks going on, and in some area, stone-based work is going on. Your Excellency, with the pace at which the contractor is going, although he has 4 more months to complete this project, we're optimistic that by April, we'll be here for the commissioning of this project. Once again, welcome to Elele and God bless you.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to give a remark on behalf of the contractor, OK Limited, may I invite Engineer Obelema Isokariari.
My Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Rivers State, if I may be permitted to carry on with established protocol, I'd like to say, ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome to this airport making ceremony of the flag off of the internal roads of Elele. Your Excellency, as you know, Elele is an agrarian society. Their basic work here is farming. And you deemed it wise to come up with such a project. By the time we're done with internal roads, they would have access to the open markets from the hinterlands. Just as the Commissioner has said, Your Excellency, we assure you, with the pace and the commitment and the support from TVC Nigeria Limited, for giving us the opportunity to be part of your developmental strides of our great state. Thank you very much.
Wikepu okueme, okule kueme, okule omele, wokweme. Mr. Protect okueme, okule omele, okweme. Yeah.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I at this point respectfully invite to give his address the conscience of society, the Governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Nyesom Ezenwawike, Commander of the Order of the Niger, Grand Service Star of River State, Life Bencher.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, the Honorable Speaker of the State House of Assembly, the distinguished Senator representing the River Southeast, Senator Dr. Barinada Mpigi, the Zonal Chairman of our party, Chief Dan Obi, the Chairman of our party in the state, Ambassador Desmond Akaro, the Chairman of Elders Council, Chief Ferdinand Anabraba, former Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, the Chairman of River State Traditional Rulers Council, and members of their council, and other rulers who are here, the Chairman of Obiabo Local Government Council, and members of their council, our dear Deputy Governorship candidate representing the governorship candidate, and all other candidates of our party, and the other candidates of other parties that are here, members of the State Executive Council, our dear beautiful women, our dear youth. Equating to Anmeka, equating to Anmeka, Anmeka, Anmeka. Let me thank the Chairman of Ikwe Local Government Council and his team who have mobilized all our people to be in Elele today for the flag off of the Elele internal roads. Just like the chairman said, in 2014, when I came here to seek for your support, I know you gave me a word that whatever it takes, you are going to support us. And you supported us. This is why he has gone to Alu, he has gone to Isopo, Oseremipo, and Omadebe. What is the problem in Elele? Abra. Normally in life, the best takes the last. The chairman of council has hinted me that look, because of the importance of Elele and what Elele stands for in Ikwe ethnic nationality, we have agreed to extend this internal roads to all other roads you have. And so, the contractor we have tried to support our own contractors, indigenous contractors, to see how we can enable them to have the capacity. I'm happy to announce to all of you, our contractors, none of them is showing negligence. All of them, Monia Construction Company, OKS, Sukariari, Okmas, Lubrix, name them. They are all showing the capacity that requires to show that they can do work. And I want to assure all of you, no one of these projects will be abandoned. All these projects here will be finished before I go. My successor is not going to be the one that will commission it. I will commission, I go. When he comes, he will do his own and commission, not so. So, and let us use opportunity to, let me tell you, let me use opportunity and tell you, people should understand, River State stands very strong in whatever anybody may talk about as far as this country is concerned. I have told people, Rivers State is not a dumping ground and will never be a dumping ground. If we give you support, we believe you will reciprocate and also give Rivers State support. Because as I came, the musician sang, he said, Imenu mbeni no wanyabu ngweta.
Imenu mbeniwe.
So nobody should threaten us. Nobody should threaten Rivers State. No political party can threaten Rivers State. Not one. So all those who are opening their mouth in Abuja to threaten Rivers State, think twice before you have a problem. Think twice before you have a... Why will you threaten Rivers State in the first place? Why will you threaten Rivers State in the first place? Which state, as far as PDP is concerned in Nigeria from 1999 till now, has contributed to PDP more than Rivers State? I challenge any state, be it Adamawa, be it Delta, be it Sokoto, be it Benue. Which of these states have contributed to PDP more than Rivers State? Name is it Edo? Which state? Rivers State has been the bedrock of this party since 1998. In 1999, when an election was conducted, we gave the vote. All through that time, Dr. Peter Otley was governor. We have given the highest vote, and we have given the highest logistics to PDP. Let anybody challenge us. You don't come and threaten us. We have given to you. Have you given us? All these states now that are running around, all these small boys, I don't know the name of their states though, opening their mouth to talk to Rivers State today. If there was no Rivers State, there was no PDP. Let all of them challenge us. And then you sit down where I don't know where you come from and open your mouth because some people provided their media outfit for you to talk. We don't blame you. That's what the press has turned themselves to be. We supported PDP 1999 down to 2015. Even as our time we lost that election, the Rivers gave the highest vote, 1.5 million votes. Even to 2019, how many of the PDP states that President Buhari did not get 25%? All these ones who are talking now, they are PDP. We made sure APC never got 25% in this state. Three presence. Our people stood firm. All these states now, talking. The APC was getting 45%, 35%. But we stood firm because we never went for negotiation. Most of them said they went for negotiation. And so this will be the last time they will open their mouth and talk about Rivers State. Tell them to shut their mouth up. Tell them to shut their mouth up. When Rivers State is talking, you don't talk. When Rivers State is talking, you don't talk. There are states and there are states. There are states with capital letter S, and there are states with small letter S.
We don't mind them.
So you must know where you belong to. We labored for PDP. If anybody is to get angry, it's the Rivers State that's supposed to get angry. After all our efforts, what did we get in return? Can you mention one thing from 1999 to 2015? Mention one. And you are threatening us. Where do you come from? To threaten Rivers State. Where do you come from? So nobody should worry himself. Be strong. We will overcome them. Be strong. We will overcome. We have done it before. We'll do it again.
Bora, Bora, nobody gets it Bora like we do. Bora, 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 nobody gets it Bora like we do.
Our tenure is coming to an end. We have not stopped working because we told you until May 29, we will continue to work to the satisfaction of our people. And that is what governance is all about. You must shine your eyes and be careful. I saw Elder, my friend, here. He's the best DP. I asked him, Elder, where do I campaign now? He said I should campaign for him. I said, I will go campaign for you. But you know, Elder is my friend, but he entered the wrong party. So I told you two of us will talk later, but this one had me. Frankly speaking, he put a lot of pressure on me on these internal roads. But, my brother, so me and him will go to the house and sit down the way we sit and see how we can rectify. But he hooked me for next. You know, so I have told you why you should support our governorship candidate, our senatorial candidate, our assembly candidate, and all our candidates, so that we can continue consolidation. You can imagine where I will stop. And then we have our own successor from our party. Then give Rivers State in the next 4 years, what will happen? Isn't that true? If we can do this now, I don't know how many of you come to Port Harcourt every day. Most of you may not know Port Harcourt again, is it not? Is it not? That is what it's supposed to be. Now, if you give our candidates, don't allow these other people, bogey people. No she nama. We make promise, we fulfill promise. That is leadership. So I want to appeal to all of you. The day that you have come out like this, make sure the election day too come out like this. All our votes, put it in one basket. I'm like, this election will let people know that Rivers State is important. This election will let people know that Ikure is important. But Mayani Oro has important. And so at the appropriate time, this is where we are going to. No amount of blackmail can solve it. Do the right thing. If you don't do the right thing, far. I also want this opportunity to let us know in the Niger Delta why every time we are shouting, they are exploiting us. Who is exploiting who? Who is underdeveloping who? Since our leaders struggle for the increment of the derivation to 13%, since NDDC was established, particularly NDDC, look at the money that has gone into NDDC. What can we show for it? NDDC has become a cash cow for politicians. The president has just inaugurated the new board of the NDDC. You know what's going on now? There's 500 billion naira budget for NDDC. 500 billion naira for NDDC. Now, election is coming from 25th of February. Now, what the politicians have done is to put pressure now on the National Assembly so they pass the 500 billion naira budget for NDDC. So that all of them have said, this one is your own. This one is your own. This one is your own. At the end of the day, you can't see the impact of 500 billion naira for Niger Delta. Who are those who pretend in the Niger Delta? Are they not our children? Are they not our children? Are they outsiders? What is the Minister of Niger Delta doing? No work. His role is to supervise NDDC. Go and see the budget of NDDC. What and what is there? How many states, if at all any state government, made an input into the budget of NDDC? NDDC sits like this, from as if nobody talks to NDDC. You go to a state, you will not ask the state government, what are your priorities? What do you, we need so and so. NDDC does not know the demands or the needs of the states. NDDC will just go to a state and begin to tear road. The road you are tearing, is it your own? Have you asked the owners, is it here you want road? What type of road? Is it Wallace road or single lane road? You go to a school, the school does not belong to you. You start building 5 classroom blocks. I had to go to court to challenge the NDDC. And the court ruled that NDDC has no power to go to a state to start constructing projects without the input of the state, to destroy the master plan of states. Go to NDDC budget. You see 4 billion naira desilting. What is called desilting? They are cleaning gutters now. Is that the mandate of NDDC to come and clean gutters in River State? They have agents desilting 4 billion naira. They are putting 60 billion for one of the security agencies. They say it's safe haven or safe home. All this money is being earmarked to carry away. It's a shame to the people of Niger Delta. It's a shame to the region. And you come back to say, we are being cheated. You are cheating yourself. You are cheating yourself. The chairman of NDDC, they came to see me the other day. And she said, look, when she came to Port Harcourt, she can't believe that this is Port Harcourt. That Port Harcourt has turned to a different place. And that she wants NDDC to replicate this in the other states. I said, fine. I will use this budget to test you, what you said. Whether you will sit with your management to allow this 500 billion to be siphoned to private pockets. I will use this one to test the chairman that you will no longer do things the way they used to do to be a different thing. Our eyes are open. This 500 billion naira, our eyes are open. I've told the Attorney General to get prepared. I will go to court and challenge them. This one, I will expose them. Let them chop. Let them say and divide it. This one they put that 60 billion. The managing director and all of them, they want to share. The 4 billion desilting. This one, you go choke on the hair. Do you know what I mean? That bone, it will be hanging here. I don't understand how we cannot allow ourselves to grow. Things have been provided. You want to go and meet the governors of the states and say, states, nominate projects you think is of immediate need of your people. The states are not saying, give us the contract. No. Do this road from here to social place. Link up road from here to Bayelsa. Link up Bayelsa to Delta. Link up Delta to Edo. Regional project. Or link up big bridges. Not doing one project for 7 years. We are doing 12 flyovers. 12 flyovers in 4 years. 12. Where has it happened? Where has it happened? Because we believe that we owe you that duty to make sure our places are developed. Look at Elele. This is the major road to Owerri, is it not? That does not mean that you don't have people living inside Elele. No. We must have to open the roads. As communities grow, so development should be moving on. People are building in certain areas. You need to create roads for them. And it is only our party in this state that have the capacity to develop all these areas. Anukwaka.
Biggie man, biggie man, biggie man, biggie man, biggie man, biggie man, biggie man.
So, all your leaders who are from here, they've done well by making sure projects come to Elele. Mark Kelechi is here. I may not remember all their names. Ainda is here. My friend Joseph, is it Joseph Amadi? James Amadi is here. So many of them. I may not call all their names, but they know themselves. Those who have run away, let them continue to run. They said they're in PDP, their leg is there, their leg is there. There's only one PDP in Rivers State too. Do you understand me? There's only one PDP in if anybody says there are two, let the person open his mouth and come and say it. Come and say it. You will tell me whether you are from Rivers State. The mere fact you live in Rivers State does not mean that you are from we know who is the patient. His late has not been buried. But please, he was a first-class traditional ruler. If we should do, now that I'm office, let us bury the man. Do you understand? I will give you all support so that let us bury the man. So that government can recognize the next person without delay. Alright. I don't know why our people like to keep cops. I don't know why. We take joy in keeping I don't know why. One problem, this one. Anybody who has died has died. Even whatever you are doing now, the person doesn't know. The first class traditional ruler, government has a role to play. So let us do away with that and support and move forward and make out. So please, those who are responsible, try and let us do this quickly and move on. That is how society, community should develop. Let not be stagnated in one place. So on this basis, let me invite our leaders to join us as we flag off these internal rules to the glory of God. And make out.
We have met on a weekend on the road. We cannot be a balance. We met on a weekend on the road. Yes, we cannot be a balance. We met on a weekend on the road. We cannot be a balance. We met on a weekend on the road. We cannot be a balance. We have met on a weekend on the road. We cannot be a balance. We take on a weekend on the road. We cannot be a balance. We take on a weekend on the road. Yes, we get number one. 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 Oh, cho 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 cho. 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 My wife say, my wife say, oh, kulo mene. My wife say, oh, kulo mene. My wife say, no fit to be like you, oh. And you no fit to be like me, oh. Make you do your own, make I do my own. Make you face your warrants, make I face my own, oh.
It's always a great morning on the TVC Breakfast Show.
Thanks for joining us on TVC Breakfast.
With the array of stories that matter and what's behind them.
As you say, the first blow indicates the direction of government.
Tell us what really is going on between your union and the federal government.
Once it's generated,
If you don't use it, it's waste. We are not even sure whether we have a strategy for security.
Are you saying that there was nothing wrong in that?
Was he the one driving the taxi?
Answer the question.
Reveal your morning with all you need to know.
Like the uncle,
yes, just mundane lyrics.
Yes.
How does that fit into your scheme of events or duties right now?
No chief of staff, no general.
Because this is the breakfast show that adds to your breakfast. TVC Breakfast, weekdays at 7 a.m. only on TVC News.
I was able to pay that debt.
The governor is a lifter of life.
Never miss a moment. Instant breaking news from all over the globe. Live streaming of your favorite programs delivered directly to you. Watch anytime from anywhere on your mobile or smart devices. Download the TVC News app today. Available on Google Play and Apple Store.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
TVC Sport Desk.
All right, the new year 2023 is 9 days old, and so far it's been so good for sports globally and football in particular, with England the biggest destination for club football throughout the festive period and after. The English FA Cup provided delight in upsets at the weekend, and the Nigeria Professional Football League finally kicked off with plenty of talking points. The tennis season is here, and the Australian Open beckons. It promises to be a loaded show this Monday, and I urge you to sit back and relax as we take a jolly ride round the world of sport on Sports Desk. Hello and welcome on the show. I am Promise Efoge.
TVC Sport Desk.
Manchester City breezed into the fourth round of the FA Cup with a simple victory over Chelsea, their second win over the Blues in a week. A brace by Riyad Mahrez and goals by Argentine forward Julian Alvarez and Phil Foden condemned Chelsea to a heavy 4-0 loss at the Etihad. Blues manager Graham Potter says his team needs more work to bounce back from for the rest of the season. And in one of the biggest upsets of the FA Cup, Stevenage scored 2 late goals to beat Aston Villa 2-1 at Villa Park. Blackpool crushed Nottingham Forest 4-1, while Burnley edged Bournemouth 4-2. Let's see highlights of these matches.
Liverpool get it away. He's been good in possession there, Thiago. Thiago recovers. Wolves want the free kick. Oh, Alisson has given that straight to Guedes. What has he done? An astonishing goal. Straight to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Great ball in, Núñez! Brilliant equaliser for Liverpool. Gakpo. It's come off Totti to Salah, who looked offside. Salah! Flag stays down. 2-1 Liverpool. Into Hwang. There's Mateus Cunha, and Hwang is there! It's 2-2! Well, Hwang...
For future games. That's apparently why he hasn't been starting games as well, not trained a lot. Palace clear, it's a bit up and under at the moment from both teams, and Salisu sends it back into the Palace half. Sliding forward from Anderson, rather lucky, but he found Zaha, and Edouard's through, and Edouard will score! And he gets it past the challenge from Chaleta. Offside, ready to come back. The others make their run forward, it comes in, it goes past everyone, and it's gone in! And James Ward-Prowse has scored the most unlikely of direct free kicks. And this time Guaita was ready. That is, to me, probably the best chance of the half. It's the best football of the half. And it's just dinked in by Maitland-Niles. And then they've given it away, Guaita, and Saints are going to take the lead. And Adam Armstrong gets the easiest goal he will ever score. About with it at the back. He did a bit of a diddly-dee, and he paid the price. Armstrong robbed him.
Estupinian in smartly. This is Lallana. Oh, and March is in here. Good save from Stefan, but on the follow-up. Forward here. Hackney finding Crooks. Deflects away off Steele. Giles. First presence of Middlesbrough, and they've scored. Chuba Akpom. Their first chance. Solly March with the cross, Matoma! Oh, it's going in! Looking for his third goal in successive games there, Evan Ferguson, but it's touched in! Whoa, what a remarkable touch from McAllister! March. He's got a pass on here for Gross. Oh, no free kick, says Simon Hooper. Oh, it's in! Remarkable finish!
TVC Sport Desk.
Politics is defined as getting what, where, when, and how. But in the mix, many things come to play to shape the political fortune of any country.
Honorable Minister, this is how you misinform the public.
From the political actors to the electorate, campaign to voting, from debates to policy decisions, big events happen to engage us in constant conversation.
That's what we're looking for. Not some people who are talking about ethnicity. No.
Who is on your mind?
Don't worry.
Join me every day on Politics Tonight, where we dissect issues that shape our political destiny. Politics Tonight, weekdays on TVC News.
Join me, Precious Amayo, as I bring you news from the epicenter, where it happens and when it happens, staying on top of every breaking story, minute by minute, right at the hour where the city gets busy and just before it sleeps. We're live from every angle with objective insight and analysis. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Every 1 hour, 86 migrants enter Lagos State. It is a beehive of activities. Every second counts in this city that never goes to sleep. There is always something to talk about. We go the extra mile to tell the story of Africa's 5th largest economy. We track happenings on land, on waterways, and in the air. We go against all odds to ensure that you are heard.
25% of the entire spread of Lagos is covered with water.
I'm Adedoja Salamageni. I live in Lagos.
All right, we apologize for that technical hitch. Omodia, we were talking about the FA Cup. We're talking about the fact that though there were no Premier League games at the weekend, but the FA Cup gave us a lot of cheer. Yeah, in terms of the excitement, in terms of the goals, in terms of the highlights, in terms of the talking points.
And of course, the upsets, absolutely promise. I mean, no league games, like you said, but the FA Cup or the league games provide a lot of excitement because you see all tiers of English football, you know, Championship, League 1, League 2, yeah, they participate. The fans are excited because they have to travel from a small community to the big cities to play football. And sometimes they get away with some wins, like the Stevenage Aston Villa game. They will never forget that in their history. So it comes with a lot of excitement. But the talking point still remains Chelsea, and I think they had the biggest loss. So it's still about Chelsea and how they lost to Manchester City 4-0.
Talking about Chelsea, Tunde Adelakun is a football scout in London. He joins the show live at this time. Glad to have you on Sports Desk. Chelsea seems to be living a difficult life under Graham Potter. 2 losses in a week against Manchester City confirms this. How are Blues fans in London taking these bitter pills off the feet?
It's a very bitter one. It's a really bad pill to swallow. It's one that is not unexpected. I mean, losing twice to Manchester City in a week, a team like Manchester City is no embarrassment by any means for any team whatsoever, because that team is near perfect. Having said that, the manner in which the loss came by yesterday in particular was absolutely shambolic. It was a whole load of rubbish. That first half was one to forget by any Chelsea fan. And it shows that the team is actually rocking, and we don't know where it's going to stop. We don't know how the rot is going to stop because it keeps getting worse and worse by the day. And I guess it will get worse before it gets better.
All right, Tunde, club owners have said the club owners have said that Graham Potter has not been under any pressure this season, and he's unlikely to lose his job anytime soon. So it seems this season has been scheduled to, be experiments upon experiments at Stamford Bridge.
Listen, when club owners come out and feel the need to come out and say that the manager is not under pressure, then better believe it, he is under pressure. That's the truth of the matter. When they feel that there is a need for them to come out and publicly support the manager, you know that there is pressures. Obviously, if you ask me, in terms of the stature of the job that he has taken on, in terms of the history of the club that he has come into. Having said that, the new owners will be very quick to say, this is not the Abramovich era. The Abramovich era is the trigger-happy one that probably would have fired him by this morning, would have woken up to the fact that Graham Potter is gone. They're going to give him all the support that he needs. They're going to let him make the mistakes if he's going to make those mistakes. But they're going to build a team of youth, a team that has a project, a project of we're not going to do well this year, but we've got hope of doing well in the coming years. They have bought a few players, 18 and 19-year-olds and 21-year-olds, which is good for the future, not good for the present. But whether the manager is the one that will now harness these young products and make them into the finished item is what remains to be seen. Nobody can tell because the new ownership is new to football, new to Premier League football. They don't know how things work. They signed a player the other day, Bediashile, for 6.5, 7 years. That's the kind of thing that you do in the NFL. In America. We don't do that in the Premier League normally, but they brought it into the Premier League and they think that it's a model that could work. All we can do, especially as fans, is sit back and watch and wait and hope.
All right, the FA Cup in its usual element has shown us some upsets so far with the exit of Aston Villa, Nottingham Forest and others who lost to smaller teams. Do you envisage another upset tonight when Arsenal travel to Oxford?
Having seen what I love the spirit of the Stevenage team against Aston Villa. I love the way they came back into the game, but I have to question the fact that Aston Villa handed it to them on a platter, especially that winning goal. I don't know what they were doing at this level. Premier League football defenders defending the way they did and giving that much room for the Stevenage guy to strike the ball the way he did. You know, you could almost punish them with automatic relegation. Having said that, Burnley against Bournemouth was also good. Having seen all of that, and Arteta being the way he is, he's a very studious manager, very serious, very meticulous, almost too serious for my liking. I think he will be looking very long and hard to avoid that kind of upset. He would have seen what has happened in the last 2 days. He has digested, he has absorbed it, and I think that they will come out all guns blazing against Oxford United, and there will be absolutely no chance of an upset. I think I foresee, I'm looking forward already to that 4th round game, Manchester City against Arsenal. I already am.
All right, Tinda Dilaku, thank you so much for your thoughts on the program today. All right, a lot of fans will be looking for fans will be looking forward to a 4th round fixture between City and Arsenal. That's if Arsenal go past Oxford later tonight. He says Mikel Arteta is a very serious manager, and we've seen that with him on the touchline each time Arsenal are involved with games. And Arsenal, for me, I think the focus for Mikel Arteta is the Premier League.
Yeah, I think so too.
He's crashed out of the Carabao Cup. He's not worried.
Yeah, he's not worried.
Arsenal in play.
Yeah. I mean, that's the title that has eluded them for years now. I mean, everybody can see that 2003, 2004 season they last won the league, and they are fighting tooth and nail now to win the league, and they look good to do that. Well, just like he said, he's learned from the best. Pep, you know, I remember one of his pressers when he was asked, what's the most thing that you've learned from Pep? He said, ruthlessness. Ruthlessness.
And that's a confirmation of 4th round draws on your screen. If Arsenal goes through, they will be facing off with City. Remember, they have an outstanding Premier League game against City. And that game will be a huge decider as regards to the Premier League. United will be playing Reading, Liverpool or Wolves. That game was forced into a replay, courtesy of that howler by the Liverpool goalkeeper. They play Brighton. Preston North End will be home to Tottenham. Walsall play Leicester City. Leicester were helped by Onkelechi Iheanacho in that 3rd round game. Blackpool, they created a huge upset in the 3rd round, and they played against Southampton. Derby will play West Ham. Ipswich Town against Burnley. Sunderland against Fulham, and Stoke City against Stevenage. Stevenage plays in the fourth tier
in English football. And how Aston Villa just managed. I mean, these are the type of cup games you win to see if you can get to the finals or semi-finals, to even try to win it, just like Leicester did 2 seasons ago. But I think Arsenal will go past Oxford tonight. They really want that match against City. To be the best, you have to test and play the best. So Arteta is ready for this.
Okay, let's leave England now and go to Spain, where Barcelona retained their spot at the top of the Spanish La Liga after securing a hard-fought 1-0 win away to Atletico Madrid at the Wanda Metropolitano at the weekend. Ousmane Dembele scored the solitary goal that now gives the Catalans a 3-point lead over second-place rivals Real Madrid, who succumbed to a shock 2-1 loss against Villarreal. Sevilla, Sociedad and Real Mallorca also recorded victories. Let's see highlights of these matches played in Spain.
TVC Sport Desk.
Interesting highlight in the Spanish La Liga, and that's how the table looks like at the moment. Omodia, 41 points. Barcelona, they are 44 points actually, as 17 games have been played in the La Liga at the moment. This table was before the games at the weekend, but as it is at the moment, it's 17 matches played across board in the La Liga. Barcelona have 44 points. Madrid, unfortunately, could not win. And they stay behind.
They stay behind. I watched that game against Villarreal. I think Setien has set them up in a way that they can attack and also defend the Villarreal guys. Chukwueze did pretty well that day. Gerard Morano, Parejo, all these great guys who've been at the club for years. They really played Madrid, Real Madrid that night, and they won by 2-1. So that condemned Madrid to that loss, and Barcelona knew they had to win that game to stay.
Have the champions lost steam?
Yeah.
Are they losing steam?
Well, I won't say entirely that they've lost steam. You can't win all the games. It's still a two-horse race
between
in
Madrid.
Spain. But I saw that game coming. Atletico Madrid, they won't give you beautiful football. They will be all physical. I knew that game was going to end 1-0, and Barcelona took the game.
Okay, let's leave Spain now and go to Italy, where Super Eagles forward Victor Osimhen scored his 10th goal of the season as Napoli beat Sampdoria 2-0 in their Serie A clash at the Luigi Ferrari Stadium in Italy. Osimhen scored in the 19th minute before a penalty by Elmas doubled the scoreline in the 82nd minute. That's a confirmation of some of the weekend results on your screen. The win keeps Napoli at the top of the Serie A with 44 points, 7 points ahead of second-place Juventus. In other games, there were lots of draws in the Serie A at the weekend. AC Milan and Roma settled for an interesting 2-2 draw. Lazio surrendered a 2-goal lead, surprising, to finish 2-2 against Empoli. Monza came from behind to force in draw, while Juventus pipped Udinese 1-0. Let's see highlights of some of these matches.
Barella. There's a mistake, Lautaro Martinez.
Yes.
All right, that's a confirmation of the Serie A table on your screen. Napoli, 44 points from 17 games played. Juventus are 7 points behind on 37. AC Milan and Inter Milan completing the top four, while Lazio are just 3 points out. Gives you
amazing.
Gives you that that feeling that Juve may just be back.
Yeah, you see, when it's Juventus, they've had some very pretty bad spells. You know, that's why they brought back Allegri in the first place, and he had a shaky start.
Allegri,
yeah, they even had a shaky
difficult spells.
At the point they were seventh before the World Cup. I think they were seventh, and you see the way they've covered themselves up now to get to second. I think the loss to Inter Milan during the week for Napoli, I think gave them that push, gave them that leap a bit. If not, Napoli will be like maybe 10 or more points away now. But it's looking good. Let's see if it will be a 3-horse race. But I think the Scudetto now is for Napoli. It's Napoli's this season, because if you check the goal difference, they're up there. If you check the points, they're up there, and the attackers
26
are
goal
scoring.
difference.
Even
7 better than
yeah.
Juventus, just as they are 7 points better than Juve.
Yeah.
But like Bolu always on this show, if you snooze, you lose. Win those games, they may just be in trouble.
I think it's Napoli's.
But it's good to see Victor Osimhen back scoring. Tammy Abraham also scoring. These are Nigerian boys.
Yeah, when he's not injured, you know, that's why we sit here, we talk about how Osimhen has been, even the times at Lille, got into Napoli. Because of injuries, not been having those double-figure goals. He's just trying. But you see this season, I think
10
the
goals
medics
so far
now,
this season?
Yeah, the medics now, they understand him. They know how to manage him. That's why a lot of Nigerians were crying foul when they didn't allow him to come for some of the friendlies. But it's management, because they know that, yes, ankle injuries, real current ankle injuries. And you see the way he's scoring now. He's scoring even while Osimhen is off the team. Kvaratskhelia is scoring. A lot of other guys are scoring. So I think Luciano Spalletti has done a great job with those lads.
Absolutely. All right, let's leave Europe now and come back home to Nigeria, where newly promoted Bendel Insurance of Benin began the 2023 Nigeria Professional Football League on a winning note with a 2-0 away victory at the Aqua United Stadium. Well, we'll be talking about that shortly. All right, Insurance were making their return to the LPFL after a long time in the second division. It was actually their first top flight game in many years. And in the end, it was Imade Oceans for the new season. Well, lots of talking points around the first goal scored by Bendel Insurance. But let's get to see those goals again, and we'll take a look at them.
TVC Sport Desk.
All right, those were the 2 goals scored by Bendel Insurance. And the big question has been, how... I'm trying to wrap my head around the first goal.
It's like a doctor to
you know, I've sat down, I and my colleague Emmanuel Akinobua, we played that goal again and again and again. We tried to take a look at the goal frame by frame. And I mean, it's difficult for even a blind man not to see that ball didn't go into the net. Maybe because the rafter.
What if it's a torn net?
The referee went into the net to check the net. The net wasn't torn. We saw pictures of the referee go into the net to check the net.
I don't want us to start the MPFL on this note, promise, because it's really weird. The video is just like a doctored video. But I think we'll have to take the positive out of this season's opener. I mean, I spoke to the media officer of Bendel Insurance before the game started. Kenny. Rangers, they even beat Rangers in that preseason. You know, that they are very confident that they were going to beat Aqua United.
Insurance has a good team.
Before the match.
Insurance has a good team, no doubt about that. I've seen them play live.
David Made was, I think, was
the
top
in the NNL.
Yeah.
I've seen them play in the NNL, and I think they're a good team. And I think they're a team that can survive the torrents of the NPFL. But that kind of goal is what I do not understand.
And once it's on TV, it gives us a very bad image.
It speaks a lot about
I think we should do better. We should do better.
Okay, Fisayo Dairo is on the program. Fisayo covers the NPFL week in, week out. Well, I'm not sure if he was in Uyo, but if he was, he would confirm that he was. Fisayo, let me start by asking, Bendel Insurance won that game 2-0. Maybe if Akwa United had scored a goal, then we'd have the conversation that perhaps the result should have been 1-1. But Akwa United could not even get a goal in 90 minutes. And so even if the referee had chalked off the first goal, perhaps Insurance would have still, gone ahead to win the game. But what are your thoughts about that first goal? It's generating lots of conversation on Twitter. It's generating lots of conversation around pundits as well.
Yeah, I must admit, it's quite confusing as well for me. I didn't even really see the goal very well. I saw the last 30 minutes of the game live. But today, when I saw all angles, I also still think the ball did not enter the net. But, the host team were not complaining about that. What some people were complaining was that even Imade was offside in the build-up, which is still debatable. But, I would like to look at it from a larger perspective. It just shows the IMC what they have to do. And hosted Dakada FC in Owerri, and Atland won by a lone goal. The goal also was over the bar, but it was counted as a goal. Also with the claim that the nets were torn. So, and that game ended 1-0 in favor of Atland. So now we have started a new season with all the talks about changing the image of the league, changing, making the league better, this and that. Guess how we started. So that should show the IMC that enough of the talks, enough of the big talks, really, go to business. Now, that was a game covered on TV yesterday, and I tell you, there was no camera behind the goalpost. So if you are beaming a game live and you don't have any camera behind both goalposts, then what are we doing? Why are we deceiving ourselves? That's just my summation.
Fisher just made a very valid point. Yeah. There was no camera behind the goalpost. To capture that. That would have been the savior as far as this is concerned. Because you look at this again and again. I also saw what I would call a doctored footage. Quote me anywhere.
Seems so.
A doctored footage from the Bendel Insurance TV. It was an aftermath of this. It was a slow move. A slow move, and then we saw something like, the ball was paused and the ball was placed behind the upright. Going by, I am a video editor, and with what I saw, looking at that footage frame by frame, it was clear that was doctored. Based on what we're seeing right now, we saw the referee go into the net, shook the net, checked the net. There was no hole. Except this is, perhaps there is a new rule in the NPFL that says when a ball goes past the goalpost, it is a goal.
It doesn't make any sense to me. I promise, I don't know if to state this here. The chairman of Aqua United, Paul Bassi, is a seasoned journalist.
No one is talking about this.
How come
nobody is talking? Protesting this?
They are not protesting it. So I don't know. Is there an undertone to this? Because I really don't understand. The video seems so dodgy to me. But I think we'll have to go with what Fisayo said. Because if we had cameras behind the goalpost, there would have been a clearer footage on this. But we should not be starting the NPFL this season on this controversial note.
All right, Fisayo, there are games coming up this weekend. Which of them, really is catching your eyeballs?
Well, I think the game between Rivers United and Lobby Stars, they are the only Nigerian team left in continental engagements this season. And Lobby Stars, under Dominic Kiofa, they are hoping to bounce back to the Lobby of old. And they have a seasoned tactician, Mohamed Babagana, who many thought maybe will be close to retirement by now. He's in charge of Lobby. So that game is one to look forward to. And then Nasarawa United will be hosting Enyimba in Jos. They are not playing in Lafayette. They will be playing in Jos. So I don't know how that will affect Nasarawa United, but these are a couple of games that one should really look forward to this weekend.
All right, Fisel Dairo, thank you so much for your time. Please go again and watch that video again and again. I'll bring you back on the show. Thank you so much for your time. All right, still talking football. Former Belgium manager Roberto Martinez has been confirmed as the new manager of Portuguese national team, replacing Fernando Santos. Martinez's contract with Belgium expired at the end of the 2022 World Cup, having been hired in 2016. The former Wigan Athletic, Swansea and Everton manager led Belgium to third place in the 2018 World Cup in Russia, but regularly came in for criticisms for failing to get the most out of the country's golden generation. He now replaces Santos as Belgium as Portugal manager on the 3.5-year contract until the end of the 2026 World Cup. Or Modia, I mean, let's put these two coaches side by side.
Wow.
Santos won the Euros. He finished third at the World Cup. Football, you're as good as your last result. Santos got to the quarterfinal of the World Cup in 2022 in Qatar. Martinez with a star-studded Belgian team who used to be number one in the FIFA ranking could not go past the group stage. And you now got to the quarterfinal?
It's just what it is. Sometimes these administrators, they know what they are looking for. I mean, this goes to show, this appointment for me personally goes to show that Martinez really did a good job with the Belgian team. Just because he didn't win any trophy doesn't mean that he put those people on the map. He put those boys on number one. He first ranked team for years.
FIFA number one without a trophy?
Yeah, they didn't win a trophy. But when was the last time Brazil won a trophy, a World Cup trophy? It doesn't mean that the coaches that have been coming are not good. When I saw this appointment, I said to myself, at least...
This appointment looks like Ben Insurance Post Group.
No. He deserves it. Promise, he deserves it. He deserves it.
All right, let's talk tennis before we go. Novak Djokovic has continued his ideal preparation for the Australian Open after overcoming Sebastian Korda 6-7, 7-6, 6-4 in the Adelaide International Final. Djokovic is back to form, he's back to fitness, he's back to his best. He says he is not invincible, but it is clear Djokovic is inevitable because with his current form, this is his 34th win in Australia, 77th win in 80 matches in Australia. It tells you that this man is ready for business when the Australian Open will serve off.
Great form. I mean, this same Australia that cancelled his visa last
He has
last
put
year.
all that behind him.
Yeah. He didn't win any Grand Slam last year because of this COVID anti-vax issues. He didn't want to get vaccinated. But you can see he's a quality player. It's a brand. He's a Grand Slam winner, multiple Grand Slam winner. And having Novak in the Australian Open means that there's good business in the Australian Open this year.
All right. We'll be leaving you with highlights of that final between Djokovic and Korda. As we say goodbye on the show, thank you, Modia. From Mr. Foge, bye-bye now.
Djokovic reigns in Australia once again.
6-1, 6-7, 7-6. 6-0.
A win of mental fortitude for the world number 5.
TVC Sport Desk.
It's not your regular show. It's an online interactive session where we share my views on the everyday issues, yes, governance, and so much more. I am passionate about our country. I choose to support any conversation geared towards building a better Nigeria. Babajide Kolaji Otitoju. Join me every Saturday on TVC News YouTube channel as I discuss Nigeria and the world at large on the show Issues with Jide.
TVC News first with breaking news.
We cover the big political stories in Nigeria, but people want more than just politics.
Business news, sports, naturally, but you need news to live by also.
Stories about education, health, personal finance, and hey, even lifestyle news.
Newspaper reviews, travel news, and much more.
Nigeria, it's more than just politics, it's life.
Start your day with us every weekday.
TVC News Breakfast. First, fast, balanced, and accurate.
TVC News First with breaking news.
In the month of January 2023, the 4th of January is dedicated to World Braille Day to celebrate the inventor Louis Braille. On 6th January, it will be 2 years when U.S. Capitol was attacked by the then President Donald Trump supporters. On 8th January 2020, Ukraine International Airline Flight 752 was shut down shortly after takeoff. 15th January is the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which marks the end of the Civil War in 1970. 24th January is International Education Day. On 27th January, it will be 21 years after the Ikeja cantonment blast occurred. 29th January is World Leprosy Day, observed to create awareness on the disease. Stay tuned to TVC News as we serve you with reports and analyses on these notable events.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen. Following all nationwide big and impactful stories. We tell the news from every perspective, covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch.
TVC Communicators, we have transformed our workplace into one which is respectful, caring, rewarding, and provides great benefits to all our 500 employees. We thank our team for giving us the chance to show that partnership between employer and employee really works. TVC Communications, officially designated as a great place to work, and now the only broadcasting and media company, not just in Nigeria, but throughout continental Africa, to be fully certified. TVC Communications, a great Nigerian company, a great Nigerian place to work.
Politics is defined as getting what, where, when, how. But in the mix, many things come to play to shape the political fortune of any country. To it, campaign to voting, from debates to policy decisions, big events happen to engage us in constant conversation.
That's what we're looking for. Not some people who are talking about ethnicity. No.
Who is on your mind?
Don't worry.
Join me every day on Politics Tonight, where we dissect issues that shape our political destiny. Politics Tonight, weekdays on TVC News.
Never miss a moment. Instant breaking news from all over the globe. Live streaming of your favorite programs delivered directly to you. Watch anytime from anywhere on your mobile or smart devices.
The real estate sector in Nigeria is growing at a pace that is almost unbelievable. How the private sector is filling the housing deficit gap. To help you understand how it works, the players, the policies, the rules, but more importantly, how it serves as a veritable investment mechanism. Get a deeper understanding of real estate business from the eyes and experiences of the major players and learn how to make the most of it. Real Transformers, Exploring Tribertat, starts October 1st, 3:30 p.m. every Saturday on TVC News.
So, all in favor say aye. Those against no, the ayes have it.
What do you know about the legislature? Here to bring you every detail you need to know about the legislature in Africa's most events are critically reviewed. You can also observe plenary in Yoruba language. I am Abimbola Agbebi. Join me every Friday at 9 p.m. as I take you through the activities of the legislature.
Our planet, our home, threatened by man's activities with fears of mass extinction on the rise. On Green Angle, we examine the issues that affect our environment, seek solutions to put us on track to secure and restore a cleaner and greener world for generations to come.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello and thank you for joining the Monday edition of Journalist Hangout. I'm Ayodele Uzubakun. It is 46 days to the conduct of the 2023 general election, so get your PVCs in readiness to vote in the elections. Today on the program, station manager, 31 people confirmed missing after terror attack on Edo train station. I'll be hanging out with Gani Kairi Balogun and Dari Odufookon. So if you're ready, let the hangout start now. Thank you, Forsno. Babajide Sanwo-Olu has prayed for more smooth and peaceful transition, urging people to disregard evil predictions of anarchy and violence usually thrown out during election seasons by fake prophets and enemies of the country. Speaking at the 23rd annual Thanksgiving organized by the First Family of Lagos in conjunction with the Ministry of Home Affairs at Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, Governor Sanwo-Olu enjoined residents to continue to keep faith with his administration, saying his government has lived up to the excellent spirits associated with Lagos State. First of all, let's start with these naysayers. A lot of people, it's not even prophecy of, doomsday, I won't call the doomsday prophets. It's not the negative prediction about the election now. Some people, they've thrown caution into the air. That pulpit is to use to launch, campaign and attack, opponents of your political destiny. And some people, they've used the church, Christianity as a ground for campaign. And some have decided to use the other faith, Islam, to like a counter campaign. Now, all this is, we're not talking about the interest of Nigerians. So we see a lot of these prophets, and they started their predictions again.
Every 4 years, it's actually a time for some people to renew their popularity as prophets and clerics. And every time we say it, that we must still find a way of keeping religion out of our politics. Unfortunately, it's not so. And we are seeing them. You call them naysayers, you call them prophets of doom, you call them this. But the worrisome part of it all is that none of their prophecy talks about the goods that will come to Nigerians. It's always about this particular person will not get there. And these prophecies or predictions are never backed with any form of facts or hypothesis. Nothing. It is just their own opinion translated
into claim that the Spirit of God.
But
claim the Spirit of God. And 2 weeks after the election, we discovered that person that you predicted that will win the election will end up not winning.
In 2019, we saw many of these predictions. Some of them lied low for a while, only to bounce back later. They had it again. What I'm telling you is that they will claim, that's the right word, they will claim the Spirit of God. But God is never an author of confusion. Who will tell this Mr. Hay, Billy Aminu will lose, and tells Mr. D, this one will lose? No. It is the personal opinion of individuals that they package and present to Nigerians. But we must continue to hammer on the fact that religion and politics should not walk side by side, because it should, in the long run, not favor us as a country.
A particular pastor went ahead to say, don't vote for bloodthirsty people. don't vote for killers, don't vote for vipers.
On the pulpit.
Out of all our candidates, I was checking out who is the killer, who is the bloodthirsty
certified hired killer.
One of the downsides of democracy is the fact that nobody wants to pick up the man and ask him to explain further whether he knows those killers.
I was going through the list of 80 candidates. Who is the convicted
killer?
Here?
In a non-democratic setting, in a dictatorship,
that won't happen.
This man will have been picked up
to explain what he knows,
to verify or to provide proof of the vipers and the killers, since he's so familiar with them. And he knows exactly
he must know them.
Who they are. But unfortunately, we are in a state of disbelief. That's what I call it, because people are using the pulpits basically for personal aggrandizement, which is unfortunate because faith has helped a lot of people in the last 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years. But now we are using it basically as a tool of oppression and a tool of political choice, which to me is unfortunate. But you and I know, like you said, that right after the elections in March, we hear a new song coming out that it's because they prayed hard.
Business for some of these people. When they predict, I have one of them as a friend. I can recall how he used to invite journalists and he will put down all the names of candidates and he will start asking, how strong is this one in this area? And it's just like somebody wants to write a feature story. And he will ask questions. At the end of the day, he will ask everybody, do you think it's safe to say A will win if, or B will lose if? Permutations.
Political analysis.
Political analysis. At the end of the day, he will interpret it to be the voice of God, heard only by him. And he will throw it out. Eventually, these things don't go that way. And he will come out and say,
Tibetan. That France is going to win that World Cup.
You are going to France is mentioning names.
But it's not.
I recall the opposition candidate was going to win with because of certain things, and the election came. And the man lost. And 3 or 4 days after the election, he rushed to explain how his prediction came to pass. And I had to call one of his aides. How? He said because 24 hours before the election, he said if the other people will pray very well, the situation can be averted. And they must have prayed very well.
You remember the book now, Wale Soyinka in the 60s?
Yeah.
The Trials of Brother Jero.
Trials of Brother Jero.
Brother Jero said something that I like very well. Yeah. He said his favorite prophecy is telling the man that is going to die. That if he didn't die, fine. And if he's dead, he's not coming back.
Can I argue with you?
I win till you lose. Either way,
the prophet wins.
It's amazing.
He'll tell you, look, because they prayed, now we have averted, we're able to have.
No, that's the go-to response. It was his intervention.
And then you know that some of these politicians actually take them so serious.
No, they have
that they go to them.
Spiritual
go to them for spiritual
it's because of the level of our poverty, basically.
Are the politicians too poor?
Yeah.
They are poor, mentally anyway.
They don't have spiritual fathers. They go to them at night.
I know.
And they say you will lose this election if you don't come. And he will rush down. And after the exchange of some good...
I won't tell you one that is very funny. Somebody told a friend of mine that it's the sisters that after him. The guy was an only child. So he said he waited for 3 hours.
So
let's go to Sanwo-Olu in Lagos State now. And Governor Sanwo-Olu is saying he has lived up to the excellent spirit associated with
Look, AY, with the fear of sounding partisan, I want to say that I think in all fairness to Lagos and not to Sanwo-Olu, Sanwo-Olu has performed creditably well. It came at a time when there are so many issues as per governance. You will recall how immediately after I came, we had the COVID-19. Shortly after that, there was the NSAS crisis. And here's a man who weathered through all these crises, in my opinion, beautifully well. Then look at infrastructure. One thing I think he is doing, and he's doing well, is following what appears to be a pattern about the disease. We are deviated from that template. It is possible that those who will even come after him will find it difficult going back to that template. Look at the rail. He became so passionate about that project that you would think he has something to personally gain from it. But he does, as a governor. If you walk around my office, and you usually, like I do, take a stroll to Kappa bus stop, and you see people at closing time, the old train will be filled up, and the rooftop of the train will be filled up, and people will be hanging. That's why you need to see it. People will be hanging on a moving train. Those are people leaving Lagos every day for the outskirts. And in the morning, you will see them coming in the same pattern. So for a governor to sit down and say, look, let's take advantage of what we have to develop that sector, he must have done a lot of thinking. And if it is the only thing, by the time it is fully operational, I'm telling you that even if it is the only thing, by the time it is fully operational, you will understand the impact on Lagos. Then look at transportation, health especially.
And another big project that the Governor Sanwo-Olu might not give priority, that anytime I see, it pains me. That's Oshodi, $70 million worth project. That Oshodi terminus. No. That thing should be completed.
And I think they are working towards that. Don't forget, they're also building one at.
Respective of who's
they're also building a similar. They also build a similar structure at Abulegba.
Because yes, he completed that Agege flyover.
The flyover was completed.
Super flyover. You must also know that there are a lot of things begging for. About. If you come to Oshodi bus terminal, terminals at night, you will like the place.
Oh man,
I'm sure you will work on it.
Two things really. One of them is the fact that only one part is fully functional.
Yes.
The Oshodi
because Oshodi is gradually getting back to the way it used to be. Dirty area boys, cars. I still pass.
But I think this train project will help to curb that. Because
it's not along this axis.
The place is being fenced off.
The train you are talking about is not along the Oshodi axis. What Ayo is talking about is a project that is working at that level. And then there's nothing to say that they are moving at the same pace that they started. That's the point he was making.
Yeah, but that's exactly why I said a lot of things better.
Well, I think Sanwo-Olu has done very well. Again, like you, not to sound partisan. I think because he came after a very popular governor.
Yeah.
And the governor that people saw as a grassroots man. And so it's very difficult to hit the ground running when you come after somebody of that nature. But he has managed to do it with panache, with class, for two reasons. One is he appears to be a workaholic. I'm not very close to him, so I don't know his work pattern. But he appears from afar to be a workaholic. And that's what Lagos needs. Yeah. If you are a governor of Lagos and you are not ready to work 24 hours a day, Lagos will crumble under you. Yeah. So he has been able to live up to that expectation. And don't forget, he caught COVID twice.
And, personally, talking about the level of opposition now, since 1999, that I've been monitoring the election in Lagos, I can say this is about the weakest right now.
You know why?
The opposition. The opposition in Lagos is in opposition to itself.
The PDP ordinarily has always been the opposition in Lagos. But this time around, the PDP is divided into three.
Wow.
The Labour Party left PDP. Lagos Labour Party used to be in PDP.
PDP
check all their candidates.
PDP
not to talk about the PDP faction in Lagos that produced the governorship candidate of Labour. And the PDP faction, you know where it belongs in the PDP factions. And that faction is opposed not only to the... they are opposed not only...
We can chase these guys.
They are opposed not only to Atiku, but also to Jandor. They see Jandor as an interloper who came, snatched the ticket miraculously, and is doing wonders. But having said that, there is also those who stayed within the PDP and are insisting that, look, this man is not a PDP man. He cannot be our governor. That makes three. In that situation, what can such an opposition do?
It has always been like that since 1999.
Well, but it has never been this worse. Labour Party will naturally disturb PDP in its strongest areas in Lagos. for reasons we all know. Because we know that PDP has some strongholds in Lagos that will now favor the candidates of Labour more than the candidates of PDP.
To the advantage
to
of
the APC. So you can
because
see, and
they
then there is
cancel
something,
each other out.
there is something Sanwo-Olu has been able to do. I'll give him credit for this. I may be wrong, but on the surface, I think I want to give it to him. He has been able to ease the usual tension in the ruling party by maintaining a very cordial relationship with his deputy. Usually, the crisis or the tension within the room always starts from that.
No, they are friends.
But you see him, not only do they go everywhere together, they throw banters, they do this, and in the business of government, it is easy to know they are working together.
Yeah.
And then the deputy seems to be more involved in party affairs. And then the governor is comfortable that, my deputy, the state chairman of the party, the deputy governor, the governor, once they work hand in hand, you reduce tension in the party. There will be mongering, murmurings, and all that. But if at that topmost level there is no crisis, the opposition will have no leeway.
I think the governor is such a person because he admitted that there was a time he wanted to be chief of staff. So the man now became his deputy.
Yes.
So the level of respect between them is something you can even see. So there's really no room for people coming in into a friendship that lasted over 30 years.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, moving on now. Ogun State's crime. Fatoye in Abeokuta, the state capital, has escaped from police custody. Although the police in the state are yet to confirm the developments, the prime suspects simply identified as Lekon, the driver to the deceased Mrs. Fatoye, for almost 2 years, was said to have escaped from custody at the Ibarra Police Divisional Headquarters after his arrest on Tuesday. Let's share the story with you.
The last that was heard from the police on the investigation on the murder of Kehinde Fatinoye and his family members in Abeokuta was the arrest of a suspect who they claimed to have been helping them with useful information. But the situation appears to have changed with the rumor of his escape spreading on social media and some online news platforms. Although the name and the identity of the suspect was not disclosed by the police, but the news spreading on social media indicate that Lekon Adekombi, who they claim to be a driver of the family, was the suspect. Meanwhile, the surviving victim of the attack, who was the househelp of the family, had mentioned when he was taken to Ogun River for identification of the corpse of Oreoluwa Fatinoye that the police should look for a man he simply called Brother Lekon. Efforts to confirm the authenticity of the rumored escape of the suspect proved abortive, as the police public relations officer could not be reached as at the time of filing this report. However, sources within the police say they are making headway on the investigation, but they cannot confirm or deny the issue relating to the suspect escape. Kazim Olowe, TVC News, Abeokuta.
Dari, you want to just give us a kind of insight into this story?
Yeah, well, it's a very funny development, and my greatest concern now is the approach of the police to the whole thing. Here, why? Do you know? Weeks after this incident, we are still referring to the only suspect we have as somebody identified as Lekon. What investigation has the police done? If you don't get me, nothing deep, not even his full identity in this age and time. We still say somebody simply identified as Lekon because that's the best police has given us. You can't find his name. I'm sure they may not have his address. But now we should have his full details. This somebody was arrested and he escaped from custody. Obviously, he has something to hide. Now we don't have his details. Not to talk of the details of those who are still at large. It is sad that things like this are happening. It is unfortunate. Stories are flying around. Reasons are being adduced. But because these are not verified, we cannot begin to talk about it. But the police by now should be able to tell us more than they are telling us. So to now have a situation where the only suspect as we just saw him in the video now. He was limping, obviously wounded. Escaped from able-bodied policemen who were carrying arms. Hey, why? Sometimes the police itself makes it difficult for people like you and I to defend them. Sometimes you want to say that police, they can try when they are willing to. But when things like this happen, how do you begin to tell people that all these policemen with guns and all this washed that young man?
From custody at the Barra Police Divisional.
So, somebody told me that the DPO was invited. And shouldn't the DPO, be singing now and telling us what happened? It is not possible what happened. You come to tell Nigerians he escaped. They were taking him somewhere, or he was in he was going to take his bath. He was allowed to go and shower. What kind of explanation are these? Then, how is the police itself painting itself when you tell us that you can no longer keep in custody a criminal? So if people turn around and say police is involved or somehow has a hand in culpable in this, we will say no, we shouldn't draw conclusions. But from the little we can see today, this crime and the police is currently doing for it to be unraveled.
Certainly, there's more to this story than what we can see.
Yeah, this is what my people will call, you can't make this up. This if there will be a novel, you will think that somebody was a fantastic writer. For two reasons. One, it is the fact that somebody escaping from police custody, you cannot be this quiet. They must have his driver's license because it's meant to be a driver. That's the easiest form of identification. That should have been splashed all over newspapers in the last 2 days. Basically, to know exactly what. Even if you don't want to go that far, there are police sketch masters who draw sketches. And they should give it to us, but those are for those who have not arrested. You have the man, you've taken his prints, you must have done what they do, this sideways, whatever profile.
Picture and all that.
We don't have that, because all over the world, where they escape from custody, that's the first thing you will see.
You don't even have his name.
That will tell you the height, will tell you the skin complexion, and tell you, well, this looks like something that somebody is trying very hard to.
By now they should tell us his surname, the village he's from, so that we will know his relatives. It's possible we know somebody who should know him.
Show us the preliminary things they did.
What have you done? What investigation have you done?
When he was arrested.
They are still telling us to simply identify as.
It's unfortunate that we keep going back to.
And lives have been lost.
Because
precious life for them.
Because I think they know that our attention span is very
then limited. We will soon move on to something else.
Then in the next 1 week, another story will break, and this one will be confined to the dustbin of history. It's unfortunate. But the police are our last hope, and this cannot happen and then get away like this. It's not possible.
Can we really have any hope in this particular case? We are the only suspect escapes from those who should investigate him. So they kept him for almost a week. They didn't ask him anything. They did not take him to his house to search.
No confession.
Is there no confessional statement? Hey, why? You see, when things like this happen, you begin to lose hope in the system. You begin to feel something fundamentally wrong.
It's unfortunate.
Is happening to us as a nation.
All right. We'll take this breather. When we come back, we'll talk about the new Naira notes. Please, don't go away.
Registration for UTME into Nigerian tertiary institutions begins January 14th to 14th February 2023.
Candidates must check their eligibility before commencing registration, scanning the QR code provided by JAMB for the e-brochure and e-syllabus.
Each candidate must create a profile using only one phone number.
Simply send your NIN by SMS to either 55019 or 66019. A profile code of 10 characters is received by the candidate to purchase the UTME/DE-EP. Candidates can buy the e-pins from the banks or the vending agents through their e-wallets. Registration fee, inclusive of all relevant charges, is 6,700 Naira with mock exam or 5,700 Naira without mock exam. Candidates are not to pay any other fee at the CBT center, as the fee stated is consolidated. Direct entry registration costs 4,700 naira and starts 20th February to 20th April 2023. JAMB, enhancing academic excellence.
Between 2015 and 2022, you can see the graph rising. What that tells you is that this administration, more than any administration before it, has been able to put more money in STI. And if you, the reality is that anywhere, all over the world, science or research and development remain expensive venture. It's expensive. There are no two ways about it. And every product has its intrinsic value.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture. My brother, my sister, do you know that winning an election is not only about getting the majority vote? For that your candidate to be declared winner of the election, he or she must secure 25% of the vote in 2/3 of all states plus the FCT to be president, and 25% of the vote in 2/3 of all local governments of a state to be governor. This is constitutional, and every presidential candidate has had to pass this threshold. Even governors have had to make this mark to get elected in their states. We live in one country. Only northern votes, or southern votes, or eastern votes, or western votes. The only way to get elected as president or governor is by gaining enough support across the country and states. Let us make sure that we know now, so that we don't cause an issue tomorrow. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO.
It's a new dawn for Nigeria. Oh, better days are coming. Better days that gives us hope and strength.
It's a new dawn in Nigeria. The firmament portents a bright future as the people of Nigeria move to vote a man whom they have come to trust. That man is Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. Vote Bola Tinubu as president of Nigeria.
To all Nigeria.
Thank you for staying with us. If you're just joining us, this is Journalist Angle, reaching you live from TVC News here in Lagos, Nigeria. There is still much ado about the Naira redesign and the cashless policies of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. The senator representing Borno South Senatorial District at the National Assembly, Ali Undue, has reiterated that vulnerable Nigerians, including low and middle income earners, will be victims of the policy owing to the short 3-month notice. Senator Dume said withdrawal of old 200, 500, and 1,000 naira notes by January 31st is counterproductive. Gentlemen, we started yesterday, and we are counting down, and our visible, the CBN is still saying by 31st of January, your old notes, that means you must dispense of it.
How easy has it been for you to withdraw the new note from the ATM?
I said yesterday, I went to...
I withdrew from the ATM today. I still got the old notes. Not just the old 1,000 naira, very, very old pieces of 1,000 naira. They are not even new old ones. You get what I'm saying? No. These are not new old notes. Very, very, almost tattered.
They are old notes.
Old notes. The ATM is still dispensing those. What's today's date?
Oh, one of the banks have sent messages out saying that, look, that all their ATMs across the country, they've loaded the new notes.
That's not true.
That's not true. And then what I find funny is that you are urging people to bring in the old notes, and you are dispensing it through your ATM into the hands of the same people so that they can rush back to your bank again. Who does this? Why are you putting people through so much stress? I think if we are serious with this policy, the first thing is for either the National Assembly or the federal government now to tell CBN to make it wrong, let me use the mild word, for any bank to dispense that old note as at today. We must mop up that old note the easiest way. We must not wait until people have to line up, faint, push themselves before mop it up. If we continue to dispense old notes up to a day like this in January, then we are showing gross unseriousness.
Okay, Dari, I have to take you to Yobe State, where President Muhammadu Buhari is inaugurating some projects by Governor Mai Mala Buni.
su wayannan ba su hatin
bon.
Guy, don't go.
Well, this is the commission government today. Thank you very much. State Police Command Headquarters, today. Thank you very much. Sorry. Shift. Sorry. Let's go back.
And we have an announcement that is going to be
confers on Stella Dane Jacob, Director of News at TVC News, a Lifetime Award for Journalistic Excellence for a lifelong contribution to journalism and good governance in Nigeria.
I'm dedicating this award to my 8-month-old daughter, Matea Josephine, and the next generation of broadcasters, so that they will take off from where I have left and to understand that you're only as good as your last performance.
The 17th edition of the Wole Soyinka Award for Investigative Reporting was held on Friday, the 9th of December, 2022. Stella Dane Jacob is a seasoned journalist, news manager, and lawyer with a career spanning nearly 3 decades. Like a mantra, failure is not an option. Impossible does not exist. She remains focused and undeterred in nurturing talent and preserving globally accepted standards across newsrooms. Her contribution to broadcasting has produced winners and the Station of the Year awards for some news channels where she worked, including TVC.
Honorable Minister, this is how you misinform the public.
From the political actors to the electorate, campaign to voting, from debates to policy decisions, big events happen to engage us in constant conversation.
That's what we're looking for. Not some people who are talking about ethnicity. No.
Who is on your mind?
Don't worry.
Join me every day on Politics Tonight, where we dissect issues that shape our political destiny. Politics Tonight, weekdays on TVC News.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
How does the monkeypox virus get spread? You can get the virus through close contact with an infected person and also through physical contact with an infected animal. To get monkeypox treatment, you need to see a physician. Here are the steps to protect yourself from monkeypox virus. Step 1. Avoid close contact with suspected or confirmed monkeypox cases. Step 2. Avoid physical touch with animals who could be infected. Step 3. Frequently clean and disinfect environments that could have been contaminated. We all need to join hands together to protect ourselves from this virus. This campaign is brought to you by TVC Communication.
There is